You ready? Okay, we got our technology going.
Yep.
I'm gonna bring the meeting to order. I'm Don Berube, 135 River Road.
I'm Carrie Mackinnon, the Community Development Director.
Travis Sandall, and Edgewood Drive. Michael Watson, 3 Drive.
Sandy Crystal, One Shoreview Drive.
All right. So I'd like to say, at town meeting, all the planning board zoning amendments passed. Just to put that out there.
Do you want to mention about Kip too?
What's that? Oh, yes, and so Kip, one of our select board alternates, was elected.
Planning board.
Planning board alternate, is now one of our selectmen, so he has resigned from planning board, and I kind of expect to see him back here next to me, but they haven't got that far yet. Anything else I gotta, yeah, it's good, right?
Good.
I was thinking that would take us slightly out of order if Michelle Courier is here. No, she was on the end of the list and it should be a short one, so. All right, with that, we're gonna stick with the agenda here. Number one, application 507-23, subdivision application continued from 2/15/2024, Brian and Margaret Westover, proposed residential open space subdivision on map 29, block 2, lot 131, into 13 residential lots and 1 open space lot and 1 town conservation lot located at 63 Robinson Road. At the same time, we're going to be discussing application 411-23, which is the wetland protection conditional use permit, also continued from 2/15/24 for the same Brian and Margaret Westover. Hi. Yes.
That time they'll have engineering review responses and replies. So I'm gonna actually turn it over to our engineer, Jason, and let him walk through any questions that the board has about it.
Okay. Yeah, we had a nice thing.
So let's put your name on the shirt over here.
Good evening, Jason Lopez, Keach Nordstrom Associates, here tonight representing Countryside Homes LLC, Robert Pike, and he's the applicant, and the owner is Brian and Margaret Westover. Property is 63 Robinson Road. The parent parcel is 98 acres. Currently, there is an application before the board. I'm not really involved in it, so I don't know the permit status. But it's that 40-acre lot, open space lot. It's gonna be 40 acres dealing with the coastal forest products project. Full open space will be managing that. So little familiar with the backside of the property anyways. So you've got that 98 acres, 40 acres in the open space, 5-acre lot. This yellow lot up here, that's where Brian's house is. So the idea is to subdivide off the 40, subdivide off about 5-acre lot for Brian, and then we'll have the remainder of the property as an open space subdivision. So the first step on the open space subdivision is to develop a yield plan. So we went through the requirements, the yield plan. We come out with 16 conventional lots. In order to get 16 conventional lots, we need boulevard entrance, a lot like Peasley Estates. So we took a look at the density that would be permitted under the regulations. And Bob really wasn't interested in getting to the max density of 16. because that would require in the open space project to construct the boulevard entrance. So he is looking to hold to the maximum of 12 lots for single access. So that's what we come to here. Now, under the open space requirements, the minimum lot size is 3/4 of an acre. These lots all range from the smallest lot being 1.25 acres on up to 2.78 acres. So these are, for an open space subdivision, these are very large lots. Some of them almost comply with the 2-acre minimum in a conventional subdivision. So, we did work with Jock Belanger as the surveyor, and Chris Danforth was the wetland scientist. Tim Forwarder was the soil scientist. The project will require at the entrance one wetland impact, and the conditional use permit that we applied for is for the buffer impact in this area. No other wetland impacts or buffer impacts throughout the project. We do have some waivers. The waivers are all dealing essentially with this back parcel. We need to show ledge, topography, wetlands, unusable lands. So what we're asking for is a waiver to show all that information for the 40 acres because that was included as part of that coastal project. The only other waiver that we're asking for is a waiver to convert Brian's overhead electric to underground. It's already existing, so we're seeking a waiver on that. The conditional use permit that I mentioned is for that wetland impact here. So we do have site distance. There was concern on site distance. There's an existing logging road out there now. We need to move that entrance further to the south or west, I guess, southwest. And it's a balance between the amount of wetland impact and maintaining the minimum standard of site distance. So there's been some question back and forth. We meet the minimums setback, site distance. To gain more, we'd have to have further wetland impact. I guess we'll leave that up to the board whether or not you want to have more wetland impact to gain a little more site distance. But we do meet the minimum requirement. We did receive staff comments, and we received engineering review comments. And, you know, for the most part, we've gone through, we've addressed everything. There are a couple items I would like to at least bring before the board, a little more discussion. Fire department. So under department head comments, fire department concerned with fire suppression plan, ideally would include a 30,000 gallon cistern. So under the RSA's, RSA 674-36, it's nothing in this paragraph shall prevent the applicant from offering and installing the fire suppression sprinkler systems in proposed 1 to 2 story residence. And if the planning board accepts such offer, the installation of such system shall be required and shall be enforceable as a condition of approval. So Bob has interest in putting sprinkler systems in all of these in lieu of the 30,000 gallon system. So if that's something that the board is willing to accept, then we notate that on the plan, and that is a condition of the approval, and he needs to install sprinkler system in lieu of the 30,000 gallon system. One of the other items under the engineering comments, Bow subdivision checklist requirement number 3, dealing with construction cost estimates. Back on October 3rd, 2023, there was a change in the RSA relative to performance bonding. And basically, the developer has the right to build, and before receiving building permits or sale of any of the lots, he would need to post a bond at that time. So he would be looking to hold off on that bonding until the time of building permits or lot sale. Quite a bit of engineering comments and just coordination between the plans and the HydroCAD report. So, engineering comments, number 9. Essentially what the review engineer was getting at was, design of the detention pond and it intercepting seasonal high. Basically, we've designed the pond to the alteration of terrain requirements. It's been reviewed by alteration of terrain. We need to respond to those comments. And alteration of terrain doesn't have any issue with the pond as designed. That's standard protocol through DES. On the typical road cross sections, he noted the location of our under drain. From experience of the last 2 projects I did involving closed drainage and curbing, the town adopted a new roadway cross section. So in that new cross section, it has the location of the under drain shown. We followed that new cross section in the appendix, and there's a conflict between the written description in the regulations and that new cross section. We followed the new cross section, seeing as there was just board action on modification of that. So again, we maintained the location of the under drain in accordance with that new cross section, not the written part.
We don't have. So our reg is conflicting, is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah.
What,
Little.
where does it conflict?
The written part under the site subdivision regulations talks about where the location of the under drain needs to be placed. But the detail that you guys just adopted showing, the modification to road widths that we got into in the last 2 projects, that detail shows that the under drain is located 1 foot from the edge of paved shoulder. So that new detail shows it, whereas the old written description shows it 4 feet off. So there's a discrepancy in the written rule versus that new.
Well, I wonder whether it's, the old one was 4 feet off of pavement. And this is off of the paved shoulder. Yeah.
For the
I'll have
board
to take a look at it.
board to figure out.
Yeah, yeah.
Should you put that on the list?
But we followed that new detail that was recent.
And as an engineer, will it work? Which works better? I mean, I guess that's what works.
I mean, whether or not it's 4 feet out or 1 foot out, it's gonna be down there, it's gonna collect the water. You got good porous, material underneath the road bed. It's gonna get to that under drain. Review.
Either is
Either is gonna do the
Is it just the curves? I can't remember.
job. No curb on this road, it's all open drainage.
Right,
The only place we have curb is at the entrance.
right.
Because we got a low point coming off the road, we got a low point. And we're gonna end up capturing the water on the low southwest side of that road. We pick it up in a catch basin, put it back over to a detention pond located on the other side. So in order to capture that road runoff, we need curbing there to get it into the catch basin to the pond, opposed to no curbing. The water would just flow right off into
Can it still work with an angle curve, the Cape Cod curve?
Well, I think, I can't remember now if we had slope granite or if we had Cape Cod. I think it's slope
Well,
granite.
slope granite, right, all right.
Yeah.
What's a Cape Cod you're talking about?
By 2 minutes.
Oh,
Cape
yeah,
Cod,
no,
Cape Cod is the paved.
yeah, no,
No,
I
those
was, I've just referred to Cape Cod as just the angle.
Yeah, no, slope
So,
granite curve
slope
versus
granite,
vertical
okay,
granite curve,
okay.
and then you have Cape by 2
Okay,
minutes. which is-
so, yeah, so I was asking if
Yeah, so
slope-
that's the only
slope
section.
granite.
This is all, yeah, this is all open drainage.
But-
except for
but
that
And,
entrance.
but can slope granite work over there?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
And that's the plan, it's slope. Right? I get, you know. Cause the critter's gonna get up the slope.
they
right?
get stuck, yeah.
On the slope or different?
No, on the vertical,
Can I come back to that? or-
Sure, yeah.
Detail, yeah. I think it's slow.
okay.
Come back to it. Under the engineering review comments, action required by board A1. And it was talking about whether or not to relocate Brian's driveway. Basically, Brian's driveway comes down, there's a vernal pool right here. His driveway has been in existence long time. The thought or the comment is to relocate the driveway to come around and come out to the new road.
Cause then you'd have 13 on a single access road.
Well, I'm just gonna say no.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the amount of disturbance and, you know, just access into the ground. It just, I don't understand why
Yeah.
that's a comment, but I wanted to draw it to the board's attention because he's looking for board action.
So I found it an unusual comment as well, and I did have him rewrite it, to offer it as a opportunity suggestion. The way it was written originally was
Yeah.
a little more confusing than this. But
And I'd just like to state, we're not proposing to do that. The
That
other,
part makes sense.
Huh?
That part makes sense.
sheet 16. It is slow. Thank you.
There you go. That's all we really needed to know.
yeah,
Streetlights, there was another comment. Whether or not the board wants a streetlight out of this. Right now, there's no pole directly across. There are poles on the other side of the road.
We turned out all the streetlights years ago.
Yeah,
Okay, we're fine with that.
Right, I mean, that's been the thing of not having streetlights, like years ago, the town really like shut off.
well, yeah,
whole bunch of-
originally they had thought that every intersection would have a light, and then they kind of went, yeah, it's getting a little bit much, so they shut a bunch of them off, yeah.
The last one is, under A4D, and it's talking about all the monuments to be set before the plan is recorded. Well, we don't want to hold to that because we don't want to set any of the monuments where the road's going to be built because we're going to, lose them all. So we can set other monuments, but nothing along the road. Doesn't make sense to set the ones along the road until after the road's completed. So other than that, we feel we've addressed all the engineering comments. I know Bob has some concern when he received the number about the re-review on that. And he asked for a hold, not to have that reviewed again. He was a little upset about the total.
I'll
That,
provide a little more background on that.
Yeah.
So they completed the first round of engineering review. And then the third-party reviewer offered a quote to do a second review to ensure that all the comments had been addressed appropriately and that, by adjusting this, you didn't impact something else over here inadvertently. I asked him if there is, it's a substantial cost to the developer to pay for the third-party review, and it is important, but it is a burden to them as well. And so I asked the engineer if there was a way to do a streamlined review. Can we just check the most important pieces to make sure everything's in place? The best he came up with was $4,250, which was 50% of the original review cost, which still sounds like a lot of money. I talked to Tim Sweeney, the Public Works Director, because the road's going to be his to deal with eventually. he felt that it was not necessary to have a second review done. He reviewed the comments, he felt that they had been addressed, and also said that in the end, there's going to be construction oversight and they will be held to everything that has been called out in this report. So if for some reason they haven't addressed one of the comments now, it's gonna come back and raise its head during construction.
Yeah, we're dealing with that construction process right now.
Yep.
Do we usually do more?
That's what I was trying to figure out. I think it depends
on
on
the project and the
the
comments.
scope of the project, the scope of the comments. You know, sometimes there's dozens and dozens of comments, and sometimes there's only a few. So it depends.
She said $4,200.
Yeah, the first round, 4,250, the first round was 8,500.
I gotta get into more reviews.
It's a lot of money.
I know, I'm saying like,
It's a lot of money. It's-
I mean,
That's
will it
fine.
need a couple hours to just go through it and like he's talking like 20 hours.
I asked him, I was like, what can we do to do a streamlined review? Let's just,
Just a couple
he
hours, go
told me-
through this
he
thing.
told
like-
me he's never had that request before. And this was as much as he could reduce it. So I don't know. We're in the middle. I told Bob that, and I told the engineer that I'm right in the middle of this and I'm gonna bring it to the board and see what you guys think. And that's why Bob requested, I told him, I said, we got this quote, you can go forward to the second round, or you can wait and bring it to the planning board and see how they want to handle it. So he decided he had time on his side and he could afford to wait and see what the board wanted to do before he wrote another check.
I mean, I think
And the
it-
guy that's gonna take care of the roads happy with not doing the re-review.
Yes.
I mean, I think it would be worth having him spend an hour going through it and just being like, yep, just read it. Like, yes, you have met all of the,
That's what I thought.
Oh, I
was an
think
option.
some of these are the sheets, like one, like it says, outlet lane, things have changed, or inwood changed to outlet, or, so there are a lot of detailed things on the plans. But, yeah, I agree, it's $4,000 seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Basically on all those things, what it is our plan called out a rim elevation of, say, 100. But the HydroCAD report said 99.95. They're mathematically, the results don't come out any different. Was it wrong? Absolutely, it was wrong. We updated it in the HydroCAD report to match the plans. But there's no, it doesn't modify the numbers at the end. So they spent a lot of time going through and checking the plans in the HydroCAD.
A lot of hours. I mean, what's the engineer, rate? A lot of us now?
depending who's reviewing it, but
Yeah.
it shouldn't be somebody reviewing it that's more than $200 an hour, I wouldn't think.
It might be 3.
Still.
Private
Yeah.
sector, private sector, my hourly rate is 145. My boss that does reviews for 15 towns in the state, his rate is 175.
Need to go work at Yale.
Yeah, but what's their overhead?
Yeah, I don't know. how-
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, like, keep it at a.
So, moving on. Yeah, I guess. I mean, myself, if Tim is good with it. I am. I don't know.
That's why
Yes, sir.
Talked to Bob and I said, you know what, I'm gonna talk to Tim, it's gonna be his road, and I know the board.
I mean, the other thing is, and I guess that any corrected plans would go into alteration of terrain. If there's
Yes,
any updated stuff, so if we do have the alteration of terrain, I know they're not looking at things for our rules, but
Yeah, we've already got review comments back from them. I gotta go through. And we're waiting on comments from the Wetlands Bureau.
oh, I thought the Wetlands Bureau provided comment already.
Did they?
February 27th.
Was the con, okay.
Was that on the, which component? On the road crossing or the
Oh,
mitigation?
it's the wetland application,
So that's
which-
for the road.
the road crossing, but they look at the whole project
whole
when
thing.
there's a subdivision.
Okay.
Yeah, February 27th.
Oh, boy, I'm behind on that, I guess. I've got like 5 applications in front of them right now, and blunt, I can't, I'm getting them all mixed up, so, all right, so I guess we got comments on it. You say, you got them in front of you, we got comments. So you've got to address, the state permits and state subdivision. Need to apply for that, that has not been applied for yet. We were waiting to see what the board thought about, the layout, 16 conventional, what we proved. He's willing to, he wants to move forward with the 12. Any questions, from the board?
I mean, I think
I mean,
we'll
we,
get into it, but one of the
Yeah.
issues, and granted, there's no wetland impact there, is really the lots that are around the vernal pool. I mean, that gets into the Conservation Commission comments and the suggestion that was made about having shared driveways, so you don't have driveways right near, multiple driveways near the vernal pool, because it's already surrounded by development as it's proposed.
So we've got this vernal pool right here.
Yep.
In the middle, when we were all there on the sidewalk, group of us walked out around there. So basically getting out to these 3 lots over there. So when we were out on the site, walking the center line of the road, we come up, it was a big, I don't know if people recall it, large erratic boulder sitting just to the side.
Yep.
So it sloped up to that boulder, and then immediately it started to slope away from that vernal pool. So we've got the topography kind of shows that high, where we've got that runoff that would come towards the vernal pool. That's all in the buffer. And then just as you get out, out of that buffer, it all falls away from the
Right,
vernal
and
pool.
it's not really a drainage issue,
Yeah.
it's a
But-
wildlife migration issue.
So we've got room in here to construct a driveway. Driveway needs to be a minimum of 15 feet off the property line. We've got our 50-foot buffer, so we've got enough room in here to provide a driveway to this lot. The middle lot, not a problem. So the middle lot here isn't a problem. Then we've got this other lot where we've got a wetland finger that extends up in between, and we put the property line right on that wetland. We've got, again, a 50-foot buffer, and we've got our property line. So again, we've got, that does slope down this way towards the wetland, but again, we've got enough room to put the drive.
It isn't so much the room, it's the fact that this vernal pool is now going to be surrounded by development basically on all sides. Yes, it's outside the buffer, but as you know, and your wetland scientists know, the vernal pool inhabitants, the temporary inhabitants, move from far away. And the migration paths for them are going to be, totally, you're going to have development around the whole thing. It's not even, there's some guidance that talks about, if you impact only X amount of around the vernal pool, then there's a path for them to go to and from the woods and such where they live the rest of the year. But this kind of blocks it. And that's why the having the driveways, like having I and J share driveway that's more on the J lot, and then G and H share driveway that's more on the G lot. So you would just have a little more undisturbed area for the vernal pool critters to migrate.
So I guess I'll just jump in real quick for that one. So we understand the board's concern and we understand what you're trying to say, but the bottom line is that we meet the town's regulations. There's nothing in any of your ordinances that require any further setback. You have buffers in place for this very reason. We meet all of those. This board doesn't have the authority to tell us we have to meet a further setback that's not regulated. I mean, quite frankly, if that's something that the town wants to see, then the town needs to change its regulations. I mean, the bottom line is our driveways do meet your regulations. We meet the requirements. We meet all your buffers. So Bob is not interested in doing a shared driveway. These are gonna be like $1 million homes and he does not want to have shared driveways on these lots. And quite frankly, the planning board can't make him do shared driveways because we can put regular driveways on the lots. So we do understand the concern. I just want to make sure it's clear that that's not something that the developer is interested in doing because we do meet all the regulations.
Any board questions, comments?
The other thing that I had brought up when we were out in the field is the wetland delineation. I think it's between wetland 30 and 31. And, the potential that it may be connected.
So, where she's talking about on the sidewalk is in front of Brian's house, 30 and 31. I had, Chris with me, Chris Danforth, the wetland scientist, with me at the Conservation Commission meeting, and he's still, his delineation hasn't been set.
Yeah, but he didn't, said that there were no plants, and the thing is that plants are not really, it would really be more the soils there, because there's a swale that connects the two wetlands.
And if it was connected, what would the difference?
The difference would be there'd be a bigger buffer on the, on 31. So
is any further development looking at going on that lot?
not currently, but it could be at some time in the future. You don't know that.
After 4 years, wetlands need to be. So,
Well,
if they can,
yeah, but in terms of putting markers up and, buffer markers and stuff, you want to have them in a place that shows the correct buffer.
I mean, this is your wetland scientist that's
Yeah,
comes up and
well,
That's fine,
we've had issues before. There were a lot of towns that
Yeah.
actually
well,
have.
there's always issues.
There are other towns that routinely do third-party reviews by wetland scientists. We don't do that routinely, and frankly, we don't do that enough anyway. But this is, it just, it just looked like they should be connected. And I don't want anybody to say, oh, good, there's no whatever there, I'll put something through there.
Sure, Brian. You guys.
The idea of counting wetland scientists. If it's this one, then it's another one.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it really has no impact on the development.
I mean,
itself.
I would have a bigger concern if it was, you had questions about ones in where the project and
Right.
development's going. This lot, that's the existing lot. I mean, how long you been on that lot, Brian? You know, when now you're going from 90 acres to 5, I mean, so you're really squeezing yourself in. I don't know if you're gonna. Yeah,
Yeah.
any plans for a big garage going up anytime soon?
Sorry,
There you go. Anything else on the board? Anything else from the board members? That need to open this to the public, right? We've already accepted them. All right, this is a public hearing, so if anybody from the public has questions, comments, concerns,
Dawkins, 21 South Pole Road. I'm here representing Open Spaces. I'm the land conservation director. And we've been working with Brian, his attorney, Jeff Moran, and Coastal on this project since last year. I think, as you know, the 40 back acres, we are in the process of finalizing a conservation easement. And Coastal is in effect paying for that easement deed because this 40 acres is mitigation for their project down in the commercial zone. So when this subdivision is finished, that lot, the conservation lot, has to equal at least 40 acres. So we've talked a little bit of myself and the applicant about the lot line. I suppose in theory that could get moved before it's finalized. So I just wanted to assure that it is at least 40 acres, because otherwise.
and that's what it is now, right? That's
Right.
yes, it is 40 acres, and there was a plan put together by Jacques Belanger, and we matched our line to what we had presented for coastal application.
The other thing that's important to us, as indicated by the applicant, that this 40 acres is donated to the town of Bow, because we don't want to hold conservation easement on property owned by a homeowners association. And also that when it's donated to the town, that it is donated under the guidance of the Conservation Commission as town forest. So
Okay.
I don't know if you, as a planning board, dictate that, how that works.
Okay.
Well, this is, yeah, well, the thing is that as part of the, yeah, I mean,
How does that work?
I don't know.
Other people else.
Yeah, because you have kind of two different, it's like two different entities.
Because we want to be dealing with the Conservation Commission, not the select board.
Mhm.
Because all the easements that we have on town property are town forest managed by the Conservation Commission. So if we can make that happen, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to the selectmen.
It is,
Yeah.
the planning board could
We could,
help express that
Right.
interest.
Yeah.
If that was,
Recommend or
right, yeah. Yes,
or comment on it.
thank you, Rob. Anybody else? Have anything? Not seeing anything, I will close the public hearing. What else are we gonna do on this?
Well, you have to do
Yeah.
Waivers.
Yeah,
official
that's
use process.
conditions.
then make a decision about the third-party engineering review.
Which we wanna do that with a vote? Or we just
A vote would be nice, and
Yeah,
it's very
so-
clear.
very clear that one.
I like clarity.
Um.
So on the engineering review.
Mhm.
There were like a zillion. Like. Elevations that were. that were changed.
Mhm.
But what I think you said was that it was wrong on the plans, but not on the,
Plans are correct, HydroCAD model, that needed to be updated.
but the results of the HydroCAD output by changing all of these inverts didn't change.
What would make a change is, like, if we had a big area going to, a pond or going to a catch basin that we didn't, delineate properly. Big land areas flow into places that aren't accurate, that would make a difference, but these little invert changes are
So
incorrect, but don't really impact.
is the version that AOT is reviewing the correct version?
No, I need to resubmit to, AOT has issued comments, I need to make their revisions, resubmit the revisions to them, which will include all these changes. They did pick up on stuff, the modeling and elevations on ponds. There's a few of those.
So I mean, I feel like that was a big one, making sure that if AOT is looking at the numbers don't change, and AOT is looking at it, like I feel okay with that. But I just had, I'm not sure about the season, about number 9.
Is it, if there are specific comments, I could ask if we can do a.
Yeah, like, can you just look at
Very
number
limited
9? Like, is that a reasonable? And then I think there was another one on the under drains.
That's 14.
And like, I feel like he doesn't need to look at all of this. But
Yeah, so if you are able to help us narrow that down to.
for me, it's like those two, if he could look at like those two things, like that's
Is number 9 and what?
number 9 and the couple that deal with under
It's
drains.
about 13, 14,
Yeah.
15.
Just make sure that those are reasonable responses. And that should be like an hour. Come on. Right?
Should. Yeah, I'm happy to ask if you can do a very focused, limited scope to just address those comments.
Put that in some information
Yeah,
that we can-
Love to. Make a motion that we request that our town engineer complete a very limited review of the applicant's response to questions number 9, 13, 14, and 15.
I'll second that.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
It would be helpful if I extract just that information, our response on those comments and the plan sheets that those involved.
Yeah, if you want to, that could be helpful, and then
The one thing that I want to mention, because I guess it's kind of a concern that when these lots are sold, that someone may have misinformation, that we need to note if it hasn't already been put on the notes that are on here, that back 40 acres, that no new trails are allowed on those back 40 acres, on that conservation land.
So that would be that would have to take place under the application for coastal. 'Cause
Well, coastal is already approved and such. Well, I am concerned that people who buy these lots may have the idea that they, and it's not that you don't have access, but basically you can't create trails on that land. And so,
That is in the easement deed, so that is already taken care of. It's in the easement.
Isn't it?
It's very specific.
Yeah,
The
that's,
town owns
that's not part of the open space.
trails on property anyway.
well, and you know, there are like road trails coming out
Yeah.
of everybody's ears there.
You're not supposed to drive over 35 miles an hour in place either.
You know, it's just that I don't want people that are buying to kind of think that, oh, good, we can kind of create a trail system there. So I know there'll be, you know, we'll have to do some extra signage or something on the boundary, so that it's clear physically where that area is and such, but, I just wanna,
Can I comment on that as far as open spaces?
Sure.
Easement deed? So we have an obligation to do stewardship, which means every year we will walk the boundaries and we'll walk the property, looking for things such as road trails. And at that point, we would notify the Conservation Commission and expect them to cure the issue as the landowner. So it will be monitored.
right.
Look at that, we finally got a reg that's gonna get policed.
Yeah, and then they turn it back over to
Well,
conservation. Take care of it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I mean, I guess,
No, that's-
you know, I mean,
that's-
I mean, that's more than
Yeah.
most
no,
of the
that's-
stuff that we require. I mean, that's,
Yeah, no.
somebody's
I mean,
looking at it and
technically-
reporting it. And
Cindy, was there another question or concern from the Conservation Commission about the drainage entering that parcel as well?
Yeah, well,
I
you
heard
know,
something about that.
it actually was in the comments that went to DES, and the DES letter says address the Conservation Commission comments. So it was about, the wet pond and the infiltration pond, and kind of how close it is to the back property line. And, what is the distance from of the grading to the back property line?
About 20 feet.
Which
So
way
I
does
guess
the water go? Doesn't it go the?
So
Yeah.
No, I mean,
You've got
from the
we've
pond.
got the cul-de-sac, we've got open drainage. So then what we do in open drainage, you still have to have a catch basin every 300 feet to control the flows. So we have a closed drainage system that comes right down. We slope this access road this way into a swale, and every 300 feet have a catch basin. Then we outlet into sediment forebay. It goes into a wet pond. And then once it's treated, it goes into an infiltration basin and then outlets.
Sandy, I think that clarifies. It's not, it doesn't discharge at the end where the property line is. It
Mhm.
kind of goes to the, I don't know which way
Where-
it is, north.
Right,
Yeah.
right, it goes up in
And then
the
it-
other direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just, okay.
And then the riprap drop shoot thing, no. The one on the, what is no, okay, so just go up. And then this way,
2:00.
keep going that way, no, right there, what's that?
What's this?
No, that hatching, that's good, that's.
Oh, it's not hatching, though, that's our grade numbers.
Oh, okay, all right,
Elevation
Thought it
412
was
up
like
to
a
420.
okay, I thought it was like.
No,
a building or something.
That's the grade. So this is 8 foot
Yep.
fill.
All right, I guess the other thing is, because our setback requirements, it talks about, well, it's, the 50 feet inside and abutting the perimeter of the entire original open space residential development tract.
Yeah,
So the original track is 90.
we have 50 foot
Right?
around the parent parcel. This is an interior lot. We don't have 50 foot buffers in between each of these lots.
Right, no, I wasn't talking about in between
Yeah.
each of the lots. I was just talking
Yeah.
about the back of the open space.
No, there's
But-
50 foot back here and there's 50 foot coming across here. Get the 50 foot
Yeah,
coming across
okay,
here.
all right. Just need to make sure that when that construction is done,
Yeah,
it's,
they'll have to, because it's
Mindful.
over an acre disturbance, they're gonna have to have a inspection done on a weekly basis. Same thing we've done on the other two projects.
well, this is also, it's, yeah, the mitigation parcel. That's a concern.
You also need to consider regional impact.
Oh, you did that last time.
We did that last time.
So if you want to look at the waivers, I assume you'll want to wait to get the results of the additional third-party engineering review before you act on the application.
Right.
Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah.
Um, but if you want to consider the waivers, I don't see any reason to wait on those. And so again, the waivers are all partial waivers that are only relating to the back 40 acres and except for the underground utilities, which just relates to the existing home. All of the new utilities will be underground.
All in.
And actually, one of the DES comments is actually regarding identifying wetlands on the whole parcel. So,
Isn't that in here? That's a waiver? Or you're saying?
Yeah.
DES actually,
We're asking for a waiver to meet the town's requirement.
yes, I understand.
DES is requiring it, but that information is already done as part of the coastal. So the wetland consultant that did the coastal project is the same wetland consultant. Yeah, so he'll end up just forwarding that coastal information.
Yeah, I didn't know that the wetland information was forthcoming on the coastal.
I know that Chris had done some, I'm not following the coastal project. I know Chris had done some.
Okay.
So there's 5 waivers, and they're all partial waivers. So the one partial waiver on the underground utility is for Brian's. And then
Right,
all
he
the-
has overhead coming out to his
Yep.
house.
And he wants to keep it.
It's just keep the overhead going to his house.
And then the other 4 are just plan related waivers for the back.
To the back. Yep. Waivers, 1, 2, 3, 4.
A second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We got our waivers. Anything else we need to do tonight besides?
So we are coming up on the 65-day review deadline, so we will need to come to a mutual agreement with the applicant to extend that.
What, I guess if you could just clarify for me, what the board, what actions are the board looking from us before the next meeting?
I don't think anything.
Couldn't we couldn't we do a conditional approval on the third party second view?
You could, yeah,
Instead of
if there's
waiting
any,
for it.
yeah, I guess if there's any changes that result in that, they'll just have to take care of it.
Right.
Would be obligated to take care of them or come back to the board. Because we can't meet that condition of approval.
But does that mess with the deadline?
No, because you would
Because
have
we would have
conditionally
acted,
approved it, you
yeah.
acted on it.
I mean, that would be my preference. I would have
Right.
made them wait
Like
for
that.
that. So that's the only condition.
No, let's look through there. I just want to look through anything else in here.
All state programs.
I know. I'll say there was one comment, I don't think we talked about tonight, was the sumps. Did you talk about the
Oh.
conflict?
The
with the
sump,
sumps?
so, catch basins, usually have a 3-foot sump. Cause there's turtles in this area, Fish and Game standard protocol is to remove all sumps from catch basins. They're afraid of the turtles falling through the grate, drowning or entrapment, can't get out, so they want to eliminate all the sumps. DPW doesn't like the sumps removed because that's your first, line of defense of trapping sediments. And it's easier for the DPW to go in with a Vector truck, clean out your catch basin, then go down to a detention pond and deal with it down. So you've got that little bit of a battle between Fish and Game and local DPW. Most towns, Fish and Game wins. But that's the difference. We've removed all the sumps. We had that on the last 2 subdivisions we did with Chris and John, removal of the sumps.
DVW didn't comment on
No, they-
DPW
they
asked
did.
to have the
that?
sumps.
I thought I read it. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's
They-
just a conflict.
They always want the sumps there because it's an easier maintenance procedure when they have sumps.
Sandy, is there like some kind of like, I wanna say like turtle stairs or something, but like elevator or something that could like,
No, not that I know. And I know they talk about having a grate that's, small enough so they would tend not to fall through and stuff. But
The problem you get in the small grates, they have a lower grate capacity, they can't accept as much water, so you need twice as many structures. So, now you have, you have, a grate that doesn't allow the turtles in, but now the town's gonna maintain twice as many structures. So it's that grate capacity issue that comes into play there.
And the sumps, that's a deeper hole.
It's a deep hole,
Yeah.
so the water falls in, you got 3 feet from the bottom of the structure to where your outlet pipe goes.
Yeah.
So
So
in
that
that 3
catches
feet,
everything.
that catches all the sediments and silts
And
and.
turtles.
They don't.
Unless we just sign all the catch basin grades, do not step here.
Yeah.
So in the condition section, the missing checklist items, that's the third party review stuff.
No, I don't believe there are any outstanding checklist items. Well, so let's see, we've got like the written verification of service from the utility companies is
Yeah, it's still in process.
right. so-
I've talked to Heather over at Unitil. It's in there. Work flow somewhere.
So that would be an outstanding checklist item.
And post office also.
Number 5 is, why is that bolded?
I just put it on here as a suggestion. So at town meeting,
Yeah.
there was,
It wasn't there when I heard this.
yeah, so there was a proposed noise ordinance that arose out of concerns related to construction noise for subdivisions. And it did not pass. So it was recommended that the planning board should possibly consider making a conditions of approval
Were
that
these
we
the
limit.
hours proposed?
I just threw that in
Yeah.
there because that's kind of generally accepted hours of when you should make noise.
Yeah,
Um,
construction noise.
is generally accepted 77. So I threw that out there. It's bold because I just wanted to make sure you guys took a look at it and considered that because, it's been a problem on previous subdivisions.
We should ask.
Construction, sorry, I was
So,
writing something.
construction activity shall not occur between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7.
I know a lot of contractors like firing up their equipment earlier.
Right,
Yeah,
and that's
well, that was
allowed.
the problem in the residential area.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I can't comment on that. I don't know if he even has a contractor, picked at this point, but
It's just,
And it's
I haven't
hard
talked
for
to
the
him.
logger. Loggers are really early. Um,
yeah, those are the conditions.
I mean, so the ordinance that we tried to pass for that was just defeated.
Yeah, and it was very broad. I mean, it
It
was
was.
very broad.
Um,
I would be
I would-
inclined not,
yeah,
What's that?
I would be inclined not to. Based on
Why?
what Don was just saying, this just went in front of the town and they.
No, but people said if it's a construction problem, then put it in your construction approvals. That was
Yeah.
the specific direction that people said.
At town meeting, a lot of the concerns were about fireworks and dogs
Dogs and
People didn't
garbage
want their
cans.
Personal noise being regulated, as
Yeah.
opposed, if it's a construction noise problem, address it with.
With,
construction.
with the plan, if it's come up before the planning board, then put that in the approvals. Yeah,
well,
But that wasn't a vote, that was kind of what we heard.
that-
right,
that's
that
we're
was
talking
what,
about.
Yeah.
I mean, the one closest neighbor is
Yeah.
Brian. And I mean, this is public hearing. We haven't had neighbors concerned about it. The last Cherry Hill one, there was neighbors concerned about that.
this needs to be a standard condition for all applications.
I actually wonder, like, what authority would that be based on? That we could just put that in?
I mean. construction wants to go.
We have a nuisance ordinance. It's
Yeah, but-
just.
I mean,
it's
and the
specific to
worst
law.
part of it is that first, hour of light beforehand or hour and a half of light in the summer. That's the key, and that's what you take, the nighttime isn't, the 7 PM isn't, the 7 AM is,
It's
Yeah.
that early start. No, especially in the winter months, takes a little while to get that stuff up and going before they're ready to produce. So it's the AM one that I would see as the bigger concern for the contractor. But again, I
Yeah,
don't know
gonna-
what.
let me just put it this way, because this issue just came up a moment ago, like with the vernal pools. They're saying they meet the requirement. You can't just add a requirement. Well,
No, no,
here
no.
we're just adding a requirement.
Okay, the thing is that we do have a nuisance ordinance,
Okay,
but the fact is it's very general.
so let's see. What? I would think the nuisance ordinance would govern. If you
But it
violate
doesn't,
that.
but I think that's,
Like I would analogize that to the vernal pool. If there's a nuisance ordinance and you are not meeting it, you should be persecuted
Yeah,
under
well,
the nuisance
but-
ordinance. We shouldn't add
right,
conditions.
the nuisance ordinance doesn't have a time of day.
The nuisance ordinance is one sentence.
So point being, I don't know why I don't think the nuisance ordinance would give us authority to implement a condition.
Right, yeah.
And that would be our position as well, but on the same lines that it did just go before the town to put in a notice ordinance and the town denied doing that. I think you're correct. I don't think that nuisance ordinance allows it, and if it had, then a noise ordinance would have needed to be before the town. The pure and simple fact of the matter is, it did go before the town, and the town chose not to do it. The town didn't, change anything or try to do it just for construction purposes. Those were just comments from individuals, but that certainly is not something that the town voted to do. So that would be our position as well.
I mean, you could say it's a nuisance if you start before 7 a.m. You know? Well, you can take the phone calls when the people, Boy.
You said 4 or 5 a.m., I wouldn't be so. But I mean, yeah, they do want to start at 5 a.m. They want to get out there and get it done and.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should add it.
Okay, any other conditions?
The only other item that I brought up early on was sprinklers versus cistern. And I just want your decision on that, because we need to note that on the plans.
And our fire chief is saying he likes the sprinklers,
No,
No.
he was asking for a 30,000 gallon cistern.
cistern.
And under the RSA's, the town can require cisterns for projects. An applicant may ask to do sprinkler systems. The town can't force a developer to do sprinkler systems in 1 and 2 family homes. But an applicant can request to do the sprinklers in lieu of a 30,000 gallon cistern if it's noted on the plans.
And that's what,
And he
he
wants to,
would
the
prefer to do.
was Sawmill done that way?
Yes, yes, sprinkler system.
Yeah, right.
I think
I
both-
know we've approved that in others.
I think in Brown Hill.
Right,
Is it
that's what I was-
It's all new subdivisions? Have to have. a
Well,
cistern of
the
some size?
cisterns, yeah, that's been in the rules for ages. But
By-
the
the by
ability to
subdivision,
sprinkle.
like it's when you're subdivided.
The fire department, if they
in a
don't
certain
have,
size.
if they don't have a source of water close by, they can require a project to put in the system. So the fire chief has determined that he doesn't have something in close proximity, so he wants a 30,000 gallon cistern for the project. But the applicant is looking to put in the sprinkler systems and move the 30,000 gallon with planning board's
Wow.
approval. Huh?
Wow.
Well, one, it helps with the sprinkler systems in the buildings, and I've argued both ways with developers. Okay, so.
Well, I'm just wondering, because we have a lot of neighborhoods with cisterns.
Cistern is all upfront cost, where sprinkler system is as the house base.
We discussed this in January, fortunately.
Yeah, I was out here.
So fire suppression system. And that's there to save lives. When the fire goes off, water comes out, there's even a hookup on the building exterior, 1.25 inch pipe. The fire department can come in initially and hook right in there and start pumping water inside without risk of even a firefighter having to go inside of that. As opposed to a cistern just allows extra water after the tanker runs dry. So you're saving time by having a fire. It's all about life
This
safety.
is just safer.
The owners like not so worried about building, more worried about the fire. So that's
It's a pretty good argument. I think.
I was just interested in what, if it's a change. that's-
I mean, it sounds like the more expensive way of doing it.
Right.
One point
Yeah.
that the fire chief brought up is that after a sprinkler system is installed in a home, there's no requirement for maintenance of it. And once it's there, it probably sits there and there's no guarantee that it's gonna do what it's supposed to do when the time comes, if the time comes. So that was one point he made. He said in a perfect world, you would have a cistern and sprinklers at every. So perfect.
Yeah.
Do we need, I don't think we vote on it.
No, and note, on the overview plan, I have note 31, each single family home shall be provided with a residential sprinkler system approved by the fire chief in lieu of, fire suppression water supply.
So by virtue
that-
of voting for this, you
Right, so, and then that note on the plan becomes a condition of the approval enforceable by the town. So let's say Bob sold off the whole project, the new buyer would have to install sprinkler systems unless he came back to the board for approval to put in a system.
They're not getting an occupancy permit without
Right.
that in.
Any other conditions?
So we've got the missing checklist items, receipt of all the state permits, and then let's just list those, so it's.
State subdivision, alteration of terrain, wetlands.
And obviously,
And we do have the conditional use.
and then the stamps and signatures on the final plan, obviously.
And third party review of the four
The
provisions,
items
9,
listed.
13, 14.
Yeah, third party review and, they need to,
Compliance with-
yeah, compliance with them, a response to them. Yeah. And then if you want to add, approval of the CUP, just so they're linked to each other.
Do the conditions, you vote on those first and then do the application, or do the application subject to these? Well, you-
Also do the wetlands CUP.
So approval of wetland CUP can be a condition, so
Yeah,
that
but-
you can't have one without the other,
Yeah.
basically.
but I'm saying, do we vote on the conditions of approval? Then vote on the application. Then turn to the CUP,
You can,
or do it all.
Usually conditions of approval is the
It's-
last, right?
well, the conditions are part of the approval, so you
Right,
can,
it's part
I
of
think everyone just listed them. If anyone
Yeah.
wants to change them, I would just build those right into your motion for approval. Conditional approval with the following conditions and then list them.
I'll give it a shot.
Can you go up for just half a second here? So on the CUP, we didn't really talk about the CUP too much.
Right,
Yeah,
we didn't talk about it.
Not
meaning,
enough.
Criteria and.
So there's a couple of emails in here from the Conservation Commission. One of them's a pretty lengthy email to
Well, that's our comments.
right. Did we get comments back from Ms. Berger?
Well, DES, what DES does is they don't comment back to us. They, in their letter to the applicant, their request for more information, they will say, respond to the Conservation Commission comments.
And then there was an email from you to Carrie
I just forwarded her the comments because
from
I
the
realized
Conservation
I
Commission.
hadn't given them to her and.
So I think we talked about 2 through 5, but not number 1. The green snow pro.
Oh, right. Yeah, it just is really limiting salt use before the road is accepted by the town.
Yeah, it's a certified, snow removal company that logs and, salt reduction. And there's a section in the RSA's which then prohibits, legal action against owners for using less salt. So there's a whole state protocol in having a certified, plow contractor limit salt, and then there's some liability, limitations.
I mean, this
Right,
is
but
gonna
I
be
guess the idea
town
is
road,
to.
right?
It's before it becomes a
Before it
Town
could
road,
have, before
right.
it can.
Yeah, just, limiting salt use.
Is that something, I feel like we've been doing that on others.
Well, we've
Yeah.
generally
We've done that.
had the Green Snow Pro, but with this, it's a subdivision where the road isn't going to be a town road for a while.
We've been doing it with part.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been doing it on the commercial side.
Yeah,
But
I
this
think this is
is,
the first time.
this
on it.
is also on the earlier in the process, because the town has Green Snow Pro.
so
Training.
is the Conservation Commission saying that we should start making that a requirement for
Well, I think there's just a concern that there needs to be a mindful use of salt on,
Now,
Is there
On the
any
roads.
concern about meeting that requirement? to hire a
I don't believe there is, but there is one. I believe, John and Chris actually paid the town to plow roads. So if it's the town plowing during, when the binder is cut, what happens with, is the town Green Snow Pro? So
they are.
they are, okay.
They're
Um,
trained if they're not.
Now, I'm not sure what Bob's plan is, but I know that once that binder's down, I know, that you pay the town to do it in their program.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that if he opts for that option, that if they're not, I don't know if they're certified or not. So if they're
Yeah,
not certified, does that create an
Yeah.
issue for
No, it's, they're either certified or they're trained,
them? Okay, yeah.
Green Snow Pro.
So you're fine with that. You,
I guess I gotta.
I'm not, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a pretty new thing to us, and I mean, we're not even 100% on what the town is.
Well, we
Well,
know that the town is at least trained. It was really until it's a town road and the town does the plowing and whatever, but.
Town's the hired,
No, he's saying if.
if the town
He
is
said other
hired.
than
Yeah,
is, doesn't go.
I don't know what Bob's. That didn't really talk to him. And they're right,
Yeah,
Bob
it's-
doesn't like,
Preference would not be-
Mhm.
I do know it can be difficult to find contractors for anything right now, so I do know that that's sometimes a problem. We're kind of limited in our workforces here.
and a lot of times during the construction process too, the guys, the road contractor goes out there with his bucket and just, gets it out.
Yeah, I mean, they're not spending the money on the salt until there's pavement down.
Right.
So, I mean, and so you're not talking if at most you'd have one winter, I would imagine that you might have pavement that
Before it becomes.
before the town is taking it,
Yeah.
so.
So logistical, but. We have to take up the CUP separately after this.
You can do it in either order, but
Right.
yeah, there'll be two separate
Yes,
votes, yeah.
So
But it's probably good to,
do the CUP
Go
first.
through.
I mean, just to consider
Oh,
all of
okay.
it, make sure that there's nothing outstanding or.
Yeah, so we don't approve one thing and not the other.
Well, yeah, but then the first thing has a condition on that.
On the Green Snow Pro, do we have a condition in the ordinances for parking lots to have it?
I don't believe it's a requirement. I mean, it's often a condition, but it's not in
Yeah.
the regulations.
I don't know that we've ever done that before for a subdivision for a road.
I don't recall ever doing
I know
a
it's-
subdivision.
If
Yeah.
you're looking for.
I mean, the whole
a-
thing's a pretty new,
Yeah,
Well,
You're
it's
looking-
been around a bunch of years.
well, it's pretty new to this point.
Okay.
If you're looking for a not so hard and fast, you must use a Green Snow Pro
Right.
certified. It's not easy to enforce, but you can say salt use must be at a
Buy as little
minimum,
salt.
or,
Mhm.
or, I don't know, it's. At least make a statement that you want them to be mindful of it.
Right.
I think you'd be fine with that. I think the problem is, like you said, you can't find a contractor who's.
Right.
Off the road, but once the problem goes, he's not certified.
Right.
Yeah, no, I
And
could,
we're stuck with a situation where we might not be able to get somebody to do it, right? If you wanna like ask them obviously to limit its salt consumption, I don't think that's a problem.
Right.
Yeah, use
did that add clarity?
use the certified, Green Snow Pro professional or follow their general best practices for
Right.
minimizing salt use or something like that.
Right.
One, sort of issue we're flirting with here that I'm not super comfortable with is the idea of what we can and cannot do. The board should do what it thinks is right. The applicant is free to do what they want to do. So the idea that an applicant should be able to come in and simply dictate, I don't like restrictions, therefore the board should not restrict me, to me is a uncomfortable proposition. So I just want to make that statement. I don't think we need this restriction. So I'm with the applicant here, but just generally, like, we want to be careful with curtailing what the board is able to do. That's why I kept poking on that one issue,
Mhm.
the vernal pool issue. And then the, I forget, Sandy,
The noise
the
issue.
noise issue, right? Like, we probably can do those. I understand applicants don't like it. That's different.
Yeah.
So, but, I mean, sort of my soapbox, I would make a motion unless there's more discussion. Okay, or from anybody, I suppose, but you had it. So I would propose we conditionally approve the application with
You must specify which application, please.
Number.
507-23 with the following list of conditions. One, to address missing checklist items. Two, the receipt of state permits, including AOT, wetlands, and
State subdivision.
state subdivision.
Do you need construction general permit, EPA?
Yes,
And
Also,
that will be prior to construction. That's 14 days prior to the start of construction. So not for plan,
Not for final plan.
not for
signature.
final plan signature, but
right
14
before
days
you
prior to
construction.
construction.
Okay.
so those three state permits. Number three, professional stamps and signatures, as well as owner signatures on the final plan. Number four, all waivers granted and conditions of approval need to be on the final plan. Number five, subject to approval of the conditional use permit. And number six, subject to the second round of third-party review and response from the applicant to provisions 9, 13, 14, 15.
And approval of CP.
You did that
I
one.
already did that.
9, 13, 14, 15.
Second.
Comma,
Oh.
as the proposal complies with the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations, given the plans presented and waivers granted.
Second.
That was a beautifully crafted.
Well, it was like you wrote half.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Now we're gonna do the CUP.
The CUP, and then I'd love it if you guys could throw out a few findings of fact for, you can do it together for both.
As it relates to the CUP or both.
You can, they might cover both. So do the CUP and then see what you can come up with. It's hard work.
Public.
Mhm.
I'll give
We'll do
a
another
real,
public hearing for this.
Okay,
real brief. So the CUP, we have 4,641 square feet of wetland impact in this area here. And then we have, the buffer that goes around that wetland finger. 23,320 square feet of that buffer. And that's all for the road entrance and the detention pond. We got this road that slopes down towards, Robinson Road. So one goes downhill, collected in the pond down here, and it's gonna be in the buffer. So, we looked at site distance and we tried to balance out the site distance and, the wetland impact. We brought this as far as we could, meet the site distance, which then in turn minimizes, the buffer impact and what's on the edge of the inside of the. What's that? The new road. Yeah.
What's along the edge of the road? Or there's a well, what is it? That's just sloped down.
Oh, that's sloped down, yeah. So you come in, this section right here is what we were talking about, the curved
Yeah.
roadway, right, in our catch basin in the low spot here. We pick up all the ditch line runoff in these two structures into our pond. Low point in the road into our pond, then the outlet comes under back over to the
Do you
wetlands.
think-
So this is just a grass slope with a guardrail.
Fill in the well.
Yeah. Yep.
The road goes this way.
So, for the rest of, there's a whole bunch of other wetlands on here with buffers. Are there no? The conditional use permit doesn't apply to any of those because
No
they're not,
other buffer impacts on the property, just here at the entrance.
okay, so like driveways and yards
No.
and things are.
They'll all have to be designed to meet all the buffer requirements.
In this wetland, like, really you're just shortening up the wetland. It's not cutting through, it's at the edge, right?
Yeah.
It's because it's from
it's
the
at the
road.
edge, yeah. That Woods Road that we walked in, the site walk is up here.
Yeah.
So,
And what will that get? Like the gravel pulled off, what happens? to
yeah,
that road?
so in order to construct the wetland crossing, they'll have to utilize this wood access road.
Yeah.
And there's that log landing out there, so go out there, use that as stockpile. They'll have to build the wetland crossing starting on this side, because there's not enough room over here. So they'll build it from over here. Once they get this accessible, they'll move the construction, exit, the stone apron here. They'll have to move it down here and then discontinue this. So this would only be open during construction of the crossing, and then that would be closed in the field.
Would like to direct your attention to the criteria. The Article 10.01 and the 12.05 criteria. They have their responses are here in your packet. So when you approve a CUP, you're saying that they've met all the criteria.
This is what you mean by finding the fact
Yes.
in particular.
Yeah, did they meet the criteria? That's a great finding. They met the criteria.
Negative openness to public.
Yeah.
Do that. Yeah. So this is a public hearing on the CUP. If anybody has any comments or questions about the CUP for this project? So not seeing any, I'm gonna close the public hearing.
There isn't a formal procedural way we can just discuss, John.
Yeah, we can lay out a few, and I do list them on the notice of decision too. It kind of formalizes the justification for the decisions and helps.
Probably
everyone.
makes sense for us to just go through this.
You don't have to go through every single piece of it, but at least hits a few high points.
I mean, to me, right, number 2B, F2B. And their response is probably the most important thing, right? So does it minimize the impact, right? And there, I think you said earlier, juggling the safety site distance rule and getting that minimum so that they're met there. This is how much, we can trade off, but I don't think we want to trade safety. So that to me is met.
Or they could go the other way and say, maybe we want them to take more wetlands so that it'll be safer.
Well,
Yeah, right.
yeah, I mean, that's. I think they're at the. Minimum
Yes.
on wetland impact to get to best safety, and it is that
Under the
balancing act.
Yeah, under the state's permit, we have to
Yes.
prove minimization.
Yeah.
Right? But if the town was to say, absolutely not, we want you to move this further away, provide more sight distance, because we're uncomfortable with X, Y, Z. Now we have a position to bring to the state and say, no, our minimization, we've minimized to the point at which the town is willing to.
Which you're meeting that minimum, that's sort of 30-mile-an-hour road, right?
Right, yeah. So we meet the requirement and we minimized in accordance with the state's. And also conservation.
Which is one of the reasons why I think we need higher speed limits, because then you need more sight distance. And people are gonna drive. You laugh. I mean, speed limits should be more realistic to what people drive. That's my personal opinion. I don't think many people will agree with it. It would make the sight distance regs work better. Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, for that same issue is the issue in the basis of decision. Under 1205, right? So like. There's a lot of things that I think don't really are easy, right? Not gonna endanger health or safety. That's why they're doing it. It's not gonna be incompatible with the neighborhood. Right, so the question is substantial adverse impact on natural resource town. I think the answer to that is no. As Dave said, so to me, that is all met.
Right, so
So
potential,
found.
potential conditions of approval for the CUP. I didn't write them out for you, but one should be approval of the site plan, even though you've already approved it. If for some reason it were to fall, you would want this to be connected to that. If you want to say anything about minimizing salt use, that's up for the board to consider.
We can recommend
Yeah.
that they minimize.
Friendly recommendation.
And you can add on the wetlands permit part of this.
Right.
Which is, we need it for the subdivision.
Yeah, so receipt of the state wetlands permit would be,
And the other issues in Sandy's email
What's that?
we've addressed,
yeah, is there anything
not, maybe to,
We discussed.
yeah, discussed is better. Well, but
are you proposing any further action on any of those items, Cindy? No, okay, you raised the issues.
So we just,
Okay.
any further discussion?
Just further clarification on conservation comments. So we're good with those? Or are you including that as conditions?
No, those would not be conditions.
Okay. I just want, if they were, I wanted you to read them again because I can't.
Yeah, sure.
That's all.
So I think I would make a motion to approve application 411-23. Subject to. Condition 1 being approval of the subdivision application 507-23. And minimize salt use until the road is turned over to the town.
Receipt of the state wetlands permit.
And receipt of the state wetlands permit.
And the approval of the application.
Well, I would make a
Yeah.
motion to approve the application, subject to those conditions.
Subject to the first.
Oh, yeah, he included.
Yeah, I got that.
Second.
All right, all those there? Aye. Opposed? Water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Not even 9 o'clock. A lot more to do. What do I do with my agenda? We just have it. Yeah, something. All right. With plenty of paper. Has Michelle Courier made it?
There she is.
Okay, we're gonna move you up because I'm hoping it's short before I get into another longer drawn out.
Are you waiting for
Okay, okay. Well, we'll see. I'll ask after the next one then.
Okay, awesome. All right.
All right, so we're moving on to number 3, application 201-24, site plan application continued from 2/15/24. Bow Mills Brewing LLC, doing business as Optimistic Brewing, proposed 2,464 square foot brewery, with restaurant, including associating parking, draining, site lighting, and landscaping located at 516 South Street, map 11, block 1, lot 32. Zone is Bow Mills mixed use.
Me again.
You-
Jason Lopez. So here tonight, we've got owner and of Bow Mills Brewing LLC, doing business. So we met back on the 15th. We discussed having a site walk.
Yeah, which I apologize that, it got screwed up.
I
Again, you should get some grade stakes instead of snow markers.
Yeah, what does?
The building. Yeah, so I provided.
I figured that.
Yeah, I
Right on.
provided swing.
So there was another one kind of by itself on the other side of the tree. I was guessing it was where the driveway was maybe, or like that's what it's trying to.
I was.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured that out. Okay, so some of them were in that tree line so that tree line's coming.
So, yeah, that would have been.
Okay. Okay, and so that driveway is actually even probably a little further up. From there where your driveway is, where's the tree? There's a tree like right in the middle, close to the road?
Yep, right here. The trees here, so,
Okay,
your driveway.
yeah, so it is quite a ways up.
yeah.
Okay,
So the last meeting, we went through a lot of the comments. Staff. So, covered a lot of the things that the board was gonna require or not require. Since that time, Dan's worked with the bank on the financing of the project. And it put a little bit of a change in his plan, his desired plan. And so they want to do a proof of concept. Part of the proof of concept is to establish essentially that box trailer kind of food truck with no wheels. They want to get that placed out on the site, have him operate until this fall. Prove out the business, prove out the plan, and then look at the next phase with the construction, the financing of the construction of the building. So what I tried to do this week, a quick scramble, and that's why the information came in a little late, is we're looking at presenting this as a two-phase project. Phase one being, the installation of, the container, the pop-up, container and some tables with a gravel parking lot and a paved apron. Also looking at a paved apron to sit the box on in the ADA space, but the rest of this gravel for now. This would get him up and operational to prove to the bank for the financing of phase two. Phase two then would be what we were originally showing, being full paved parking lot, additional parking, all our state permits, the proposed building. So in the phase one, what we've done, because again, he's cash flowing this, is we've held all the work outside of the shoreline. So we wouldn't want to get approval until he can work through his bank financing on the shoreline permit. So we'll hold on that for now until he can secure that financing. And just do this section. So we need the DOT permit to do phase one, but the shoreline permit would come at phase two. So what we'd be looking to do is to structure that an approval to have kind of a stop at the end of phase one and kind of work with staff on, we get all our permits, because we need the well, because we had that transient non-community water supply that was required for the restaurant and brewery. We'd have that in the shoreline permit before he can start construction or issuance of the building permit for phase two. So that became a little wrinkle. So that's what was put in front of you here this evening. So another little side note is when we were at conservation, they brought up the comment of setbacks. So we had the wetland scientists go out there again. And the question was, is you have a 50-foot setback from poorly drained, 75-foot setback from very poorly drained. So where is that interface between poorly and very poorly in the wetlands? And does that 75-foot setback impact what we were proposing? Because we only had that 50-foot. So we had Chris go out and he did the wetland flagging out there for the poorly and very poorly. And we put that setback on the plan. What that did is we had to suck this here a little bit this way, because we did it, a couple feet, 2 feet or so. What it really did impact is we were having a detention pond down this area. So to stay out of that and not have to go forward with the conditional use permit, we reconfigured the detention pond and the outlet to keep that outside of the 75-foot. So we would not need a conditional use permit for this. We made that adjustment. So with that, I went through a lot of the points at the last meeting. There's more specific questions about, the way we're presenting this as two-phase or, any other questions, I can address those.
Yeah, I guess so you're looking to get an approval just for the first phase now, or the whole?
Both phase one and phase two, but there would have to be in the condition of approval a stop where he goes back and works with Kerry on, do we have those state permits that are required to do phase two? Probably another pre-construction meeting moving into phase two. So just a way that you guys have a stop to confirm that he has all those permits in place before moving.
So this is I know it didn't go as smoothly as it maybe should have, but I don't want to bring up bad things, but the Amberbow Dow Road project was a phased approval where you approved the whole project and then there were conditions that were assigned to the different phases. And I know there was some confusion around it, so we want to make sure that if we were to take that approach here, that it was very clear what the expectations were and when. So,
Which,
but
makes sense to.
This
approve the
doesn't
whole thing.
involve traffic and road construction and.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Public
off-site
road.
improvements, so that makes it a little more straightforward, but we just want to be very
Mhm.
clear that what the expectations are and when they would be required, just so that you don't have to come back here and try to clarify it.
I was gonna say. What did we approve the last? And how is that or is it just conceptual?
Last time as in when they.
No,
first
no, like
approved it.
way long ago.
Long ago, we had a conceptual.
Was it just
And then
conceptual?
on the
Okay, all right,
15th,
gotcha.
we started this hearing.
And then
The
they,
first time was this conceptual.
Conceptual.
and they also received a variance, so adjustment.
Right.
Allow that, so maybe.
So that number one here.
Which now they don't need the variance because
So you just.
we amended the,
Sorry, number one where?
Proposed ordinance, proposed zoning.
Oh, no, so that is just on the form itself, just listing what uses are, there's just kind of a clerical error in listing the uses on there.
Oh,
It's getting the right letters in the boxes.
so because I mean, I don't think I was
Here the last time this was talked about, the noise management plan, like, has that been addressed?
I think, did you provide a comment about that somewhere? So-
Yeah, the brewery operates basement level. So, you know, that terminology through the zoning is manufacturing. for the brewery. So that would take place in the basement.
So in the Bow Mills mixed use district, it says that a noise management plan is required for all applications. So that's. They provide a statement saying it's in the basement, it's not loud.
you know, like those things. The people outside are gonna be the ones
That's what I
making
was gonna
noise.
say.
Yeah.
And then I think they have addressed their hours of
And the-
operation.
So with this and doing your first phase of having your little food container, what about bathrooms? Like, what are you doing on?
He's gonna have, portable toilets. All beverage is gonna be brought in, bottled with, brewed
Yeah.
product. So, septic will be handled through portable toilets to start.
Okay, and there'll be some like wash stations and like, what are you, like for?
Yeah. Between these meetings. So. You know, not those standard like baseball field. Porta potties, but, you know, a step above that with. Water. They,
Yeah, I mean, it's because you're serving food and, you know, you should be able to wash your hands and.
There were a
Yeah.
number of kind of practical considerations that were brought up in that meeting we had with the fire department and the building inspector about water and food service and parking. And at that time, it was unsure whether it would be at the same time that construction is going on. So making sure that the construction area is secured and separated. So we went over a lot of those concerns. And I would say that the fire department and building inspector were not overly concerned. I mean, they had some issues we want to make sure we address, but there were no major, yikes, this is a problem, things that came up during that meeting. A number of things that will be dealt with at the state level with his licensing.
And, how is operation you're looking at in like time of year, I guess is a,
yeah, so to start, we're looking at like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The latest would be open would be Saturday evening, closing around 8 o'clock.
and go until how far in the year? Like, what are you?
As long as people will sit outside for. I would anticipate probably through October.
It is too bad you can't buy someone a piece of land next to you, because when you drive by and you look at the lot, it looks, that doesn't look that small. Then when you realize where the lot line actually is. It's pretty tight. But, I mean, I think it'll be a good piece. So that tree line really is encroaching in on it's not really trees, but the bushes, whatever. On the north side is, you got some footage in there to,
Probably about 15 feet. or so.
Yeah. and the sight distance didn't look bad. Like I stood on the edge of the road.
Yeah.
You can't see the road, but you can see the car. I mean,
Yeah.
unless the car's only a
And-
foot tall, you're good.
And again, what we've done with the site distance there is, this is DOT road, they require 400 feet. We can't get to 400 feet looking down the hill. I kind of explained that last time. But with the vehicles traveling this way and 6% up slope, that's gonna help with braking. And we do meet ASHTO, so essentially it's 335 feet. And then because of the approach grade, you get a 0.9 reduction. So we got 302 feet of sight distance. So we need to present that to DOT as the best alternative to get, access onto the site. And by moving the entrance further to the Concord line affords us the best sight.
And I mean, I didn't watch the long, but traffic did seem to fly through there. Because you got multiple entrances and, so
There's a lot going on.
there's a lot going on there. So traffic wasn't fast there. Which was made, I was comfortable with the sight distance there.
And that'll be under
You
the,
have to work with DOT.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, you gotta make them comfortable too, but that's what I looked at tonight was. Yeah, I guess. I'll open this to the public, if anybody comes with comments, concerns. Not seeing any, I will close the public hearing.
so there's a copy of their response comments. I want to just run through these. I will say these were just submitted very recently, so I have not done a thorough review of them. So there was concern about pedestrians. It's not an easily solvable problem. They are proposing to provide a 15-foot easement to the town that would allow for the potential of a future sidewalk, not crosswalk, but sidewalk. And
15 along the whole front.
around the front, that would match the adjacent parcel.
So if the town wanted to put some sidewalk, they'd have room.
When that area becomes developed more, if it makes sense at that time to make connections between properties, that would be a possibility at least. The basement egress was addressed by the architect. The public will not be allowed in the basement. There won't be like tours down there. You'll be able to see down from the, there's a viewing platform upstairs. So the fire chief was satisfied with that, that we're not gonna have public in the basement not knowing how to get out.
Okay.
So that.
So you can not only blame it on the insurance, you could blame it on the town says, no public in here.
It was, my staff report has not been updated with theirs because it came too late. The site distance we talked about will be addressed by DOT. So that'll have to be a condition of approval, obviously. They can't do this unless they get that driveway permit from DOT. Permits. It is in the Aquifer Protection District, but they will not be storing regulated substances on site.
I don't think he has any, gonna be on site. But we just added them. And again, this is not a septic system, this is gonna be connected to sewer, so.
So there was a waiver request. Could you explain the utilities?
Yeah, so, briefly discussed that last time. We got a utility pole across the street in that existing house that was here. It just had overhead electric right to the house. We'd be looking to do the same thing overhead to the building. Other than that, we gotta come across, put a drop pole and then run underground utilities like 25 feet. So aesthetics and cost, it doesn't make a lot of sense to put another pole across the street, so we're just looking at overhead. And I did.
So the utility company will do it that way. They
Yeah.
just get the height and the
And
distance.
I got a formal waiver request.
That makes sure that gets not well. Here's the ginger, please.
The other waiver that was previously submitted was for landscaping and not having internal and.
Yeah, you don't get enough parking lot, but
Yeah.
in turn.
That makes sense. The dumpster will be screened.
Yeah,
Um,
I added a note with screening, but the detail also shows.
Snow storage calculations are provided and they meet our requirement.
Yeah, so I did it for phase 1 and phase 2. So here, phase 2 snow storage, square foot of parking, 1-to-5 ratio, and then all the snow storage areas add up to that 1-to-5 ratio. For both phase 1.
The landscaping doesn't look like they're all native species.
No, there's a lot of ornamentals in there.
Yeah.
I mean, we can substitute natives.
Yeah, I wouldn't see.
Woods really. Now we got red maple, Japanese lime, summer sweet, hydrangea, rhododendron, and some fountain grass, which is almost all our ornamentals other than. But go to all natives.
Yeah.
I mean, where you are, I mean, this is, you're trying to make it, I mean, it's, I could see one, you know, some of those ornamentals.
You can get nice looking native plants.
Yeah. Should get us a good list of those.
I-
Species in here. Okay.
Will say that it looks like there's been a strong attempt to provide landscaping that's going to look attractive. I
Right,
will say that.
right.
Hey, I just got a quick question on that riprap that's sort of at the tree line. Yeah, what's that?
This, that's the outlet of the detention pond. So we have this infiltration basin here. And in the 50-year storm event, nothing will spill out, it all goes down. But in case you lose the, infiltration capability over time, it's got a protected spillway that the water would spill over, and erosion protection before it hits. That's all.
Oh, okay. I mean, I get
Yeah,
it.
it's an emergency overflow for the detention.
I was just confused on this plan because it didn't show the grading and it just looked like it was kind of floating up there. I didn't know.
Oh, no, this, on the grading plan,
Yes, I get it.
sheet 6.
So we talked about how the building is not all metal, so that's not a concern. We decided the building looks nice. I think the board was happy with it last time. The color,
Yep.
it's yellow,
That's
but we
okay.
decided it was neutral and subtle. Mechanical equipment is screened, dumpster screened. So the only signage is gonna be on the face of the building at this time. I assume there would be some sort of signage in phase one before the building is there.
Yeah,
Let people know it's there. Um. We talked about traffic a little bit last time. Do you wanna just give a
Yeah.
little recap, quick update on that?
So I updated yeah, I'm back in this letter. So the operational brief. So pretty much the town's requirement is when you exceed 200 vehicle trips per day, you're required to have a traffic study. We talked about that because the first level has that viewing area. And there was also that, two-story fire rated egress going down into the basement. So we were looking at, instead of gross floor area, the net floor area, which gets us down, then based on the traffic counts, I think it was, let's see, 187 trips per day. So it gets you under that, 200 threshold required traffic study. And again, that was based on the data point in ITE of one. You know, but this here is, hopefully, you know, he wants double, but the reality is that number of trips in a day is going to be a limited, with the limited parking, it's going to be a limited number of vehicle trips during the
And
operation.
his,
periods. Yeah.
and his trips are gonna be.
Yeah.
Weekends and evening.
And
Even
that-
capital B.
In that peak hour on that section of road, trip counter on the Bow Concord line, it actually, the PM peak was put around, I believe it was like noon time, 12 to 1 o'clock. So the peak time doesn't happen at that typical, 5 to 7, period.
Lunchtime.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Can we talk about parking calculations, please? So for phase one, it looks like you did. Sorry. So there's the picnic tables.
Yeah, so on the parking calculations, based on, conversation, I think with building and fire. There was an assumed every 18 inches of bench was a person. So we kind of reverse engineered the numbers. So the, providing for 10 6-foot tables, 4 people per parking spot, we worked out that the 22 spaces for the 10 6-foot tables. Now, gonna be a 8 footers, or, but it kind of gives that outline in the parking counts for the phase one. Similar phase two, we talked about last time. Phase two, when he gets into the operation, he just doesn't have the staff to, fully serve everyone inside and outside. So when there's people sitting outside, there's probably gonna be empty tables.
The only comment I have about that is that that's a current condition, and when you approve it, it's maybe in 3 years, climate will be different around the workforce, and maybe he'll have plenty of staff and be able to serve all of those tables.
I
So
mean,
that's just one comment.
what is gonna limit the business is your parking.
Here's the park.
I don't know, I did mention.
Because, as much as, people should try to carpool together, and they probably will going there, because there's not enough parking, but I mean, I watch when my kids have some friends over, and, I swear I got 10 cars for 6 kids there. I'm like, how'd all these cars get here?
And something else we did talk about was this detention area out back, and he's looking to keep the cost down. But in the future, if this proves to be unbelievable, then he'll have the finances to go forward and do subsurface and expand the parking, right? So in the future, if he has, if it's proving to be, drawing the traffic, he'll be back before the board with an amended site plan to expand the parking and put all that drainage. But address that seating capacity and parking capacity.
I would still like to encourage, maybe not for now, but for when you get really successful in a few years, to pursue options of shared parking at adjacent sites too. I think there's a really good opportunity for that with your neighbor. If your neighbor's
well,
willing.
actually,
If your neighbor's willing, but I think there's
The
a
neighbor
perfect
on the
opportunity.
north side, the Concord side,
Exactly.
had like this big parking lot back there that
And
was,
they're usually not there in the evenings.
yes.
So I just think that that would be a great option to pursue in the future. Because there's pavement that's already sitting there instead of putting down more pavement.
And I can see people wanting to park in the hotel parking lot.
It's just, I know, not as much.
I didn't realize it when I pulled in, but I parked on the adjacent property to the north side, or the south side. And then realized I was on the other side of the property line, but
That,
In the
Existing
existing
drive.
driveway.
yeah,
yeah,
Well, they have rights to the driveway, so.
yeah, there was an access easement of that abutting property to access the house and garage.
have you pursued trying to buy some of that land?
Not yet.
Okay,
When we get there, we'll.
I imagine if it's successful, that would probably be the optimal thing to do, because it's a.
The other thing we talked about before is that, the neighborhood meeting that's required. I think the board was comfortable with the conceptual consultation serving as that neighborhood meeting because the others were all notified for that.
Yep.
All right, so that was all of the items in their response. In general, does the board feel comfortable with the two-phase approach? So basically, we're not gonna have the application. Usually, when you approve an application, you have at least the applications have been submitted for those state permits, and then the condition is that they receive approval. So you would be approving this without those applications even having been prepared yet, and that those would come later. And then if it ends up being a significant change that comes out of that, or
We'd
as
have to
time goes
come
on, you guys would come back and you would see it again for a modification.
We did do regional impact first.
We did that last
redid
time.
it, yeah.
Did we go over all the department head comments?
Let's check.
I don't remember talking about secondary egress.
Yeah, they,
Oh, that was from the basement.
yeah, they addressed.
Their
They're
architect
not
addressed
going
that. Just, yeah, since it's just staff down there.
Okay.
And the architect addressed it. There's a calculations based on the distance and they were able to show that it's okay.
So phase one doesn't require any conditions.
Requires the DOT
DOT.
permit for the
Oh,
driveway.
just the DOT because the driveway has it.
Correct.
And then phase two requires,
The well and shoreline.
it's not big enough for AOT.
No,
It's, the whole lot is,
the whole lot is only 40. So we're within the shoreline protection, so our number would go from 100,000 to 50, but the whole lot is only 46, and most of that is steep slope.
So they,
Well, under.
so they've addressed checklist for now. Is there outstanding items?
I think, I mean, so the items that would be outstanding would be those permits.
Oh,
that
right,
we don't have
okay,
yet.
that makes sense.
Um,
We comply with department head comments, that's been addressed. We really need to include that condition. Any other conditions?
so what about like? So normally when we get an application that's not going to AOT. We like to have third party on stormwater, right?
Sometimes.
We haven't had third party look at any of
But last time we talked about that, the last meeting we talked about that, is going off to, because we're gonna have, shoreline permit and development within that, they're gonna be reviewing drainage, to meet their criteria for impervious area and so forth.
And the pond is all within shoreline, right?
Correct. That's all gonna be under their jurisdiction.
Yeah, so at the last meeting.
Yeah.
There was the opportunity to require a third party and the board did not act on it at that time.
So I was trying to think about the right way to structure a motion with the phases in
Yeah,
mind.
you would want to address the waiver request first, but.
Okay, yeah,
But yeah. So when,
you're approving the entire application with phase one subject to DOT, phase two subject to all other conditions. But
yeah, and I mean, so I mean, we're gonna need a final plan that gets signed for phase one. I think, so similar to the Amber Bow, that was all the phases was approved, final plans were signed, and then they have more things they have to do before they get building permits for the next phases.
So phase two should be limited to, those prior to the start of construction and or issuance of building permit. So either one of those things would trigger the need to go back to Kerry and show that we're meeting all those conditions. And obtain those state permits.
And assuming it's just items like, did you get a permit, which I can check the box, yes, you got the permit, there would be no reason for them to come back.
Right.
If there's something that changes or something that requires you guys to really take a look at it, we bring them back in. But if it's get a permit, I can say, yes, you got that permit.
what was the layer?
There's,
Landscaping and utility.
All right.
and then you guys need to make a decision about native species in the landscaping.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, you know, if you prefer native. I mean, they're, you know, trying to make it pretty.
Let's stop.
You know, well,
You can make
that's-
it pretty with other stuff, it's just that
it's,
there are
Yeah.
benefits from native stuff.
Are you talking about
I guess-
the Jap-
Well, there's Japanese lilac, the hydrangea paniculata is an issue. And then the oriental fountain grass.
Oh, so all of it.
It's not all of them,
Yeah,
I mean, the red maple is
Oh, red
fine. The Clethra alnifolia, the compact summer sweet is fine. It's a cultivar, but it's a cultivar of a native. So.
Because there's is the rhododendron, I know there was there was a rhododendron that was on the native list.
Yeah,
The
the
rose-
rhododendron maximum, I think, is so this is, well, anything that has the words in quotation marks is a cultivar. Right.
That's some native trees on the north side,
I for one,
tree line.
I kind of agree with you made about it looked like a pretty substantial attempt to do a nice job, and I wouldn't want to restrict it.
I will say, when I made that comment, I didn't mean that they shouldn't be native. I was just trying to offer a nice comment.
You guys don't you don't have to.
It's-
Then you-
It was brought up.
Right, right, okay.
Sandy, but does it matter that there's like native tree all around the perimeter.
Yeah,
There's native
yes, it
trees
does.
already.
It does. Because
That's-
first of all, some of these things are flowering and, and you want to have things, it's just the whole native thing that you have a diversity of species that attract certain native insects and birds and such. So, and not, that feed them the stuff that they need.
So the landscaping waiver is, they're not using.
No, it's
No.
more for the parking lot.
More for the parking lot. We can't
It's a landscape strip.
plant
Oh,
inside.
inside, that's right. So that would be a condition to the. Yeah. I would approve or make a motion. 2 waivers, 1 for the overhead wires. And 2 for the plantings in the parking lot. With a condition, if I could add it here, that the landscape design be amended for native plants.
Had a plan number, an application number.
No, that was just for the waiver. Right? Yeah, so that's a motion.
That's a
If
motion.
anybody didn't hear that.
I'll say.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Here we go.
So I think conditions for phase 1 would be receipt of DOT driveway permit. And then trying to think of whatever our generic ones that we always put in there about, the stamps and signatures and owner signatures on the final plan and waivers and conditions of approval on the final plan.
And then, but what about the whole? How it applies to phase 1 and phase 2? How do you want that to be?
So, I mean, you would be approving the entire concept.
Yeah,
For phase 1, you need to do that, and then prior to construction or issuance of building permits for phase 2, you would also need to meet the conditions of shoreland permit and what's the well?
The well.
What would that be
It's
called?
transient, non
Yes.
but
water.
there's also gonna be missing checklist items,
I
like
don't-
that stuff's not gonna be solved until then either. So it's not, the phase 2 isn't just conditioned on those 2 things, it's conditioned on everything.
Right,
Right.
but let's look at what missing checklist items there actually are, because I think they've largely addressed, other than those other permits. So checklist item 3 is the other permit, so that's already wrapped up in there. They addressed aquifer, the utilities, they did the waiver, they showed the right of way with, they did that, the screening stands, no storage. They've addressed all of the other.
You see, I'm trying to find a way to make this easier. Is there a way to not do it in phase, not call it phases, but just say like. So they got, so it's the permits that they would have to go after that, once you get past this part of the project, you need a shoreline permit to be doing work within 250 feet of the river.
Yeah.
And you need, your well permits to do building. Is it easier to just say,
It's to allow him to operate before he does any of that. That's the phase 1 is because he's gonna be running the business out. Right, that's why it's,
right?
it's kind of like the Amber Bow is, the phase was to start operation.
So if you don't phase it, so then you just list the conditions, and one of the conditions would be shoreline permit, but we can't sign the plan and let him do phase 1 unless you get that shoreline permit. So we have to break it into phases. Otherwise, he can't start phase 1.
So there's a phase 1 plan that would be signed off on.
It's all gonna be signed.
So that's part of what I just revised is we broke every sheet.
Right,
So site plan phase one.
Right,
site plan phase
yeah,
two.
no.
Grading
But as
phase
far
one.
as the signatures go, I mean, there's just gonna be one set of final signatures.
Correct.
That's gonna
Yes.
happen
Oh,
at phase one. It's gonna approve,
right, but you have the two plans.
right,
Okay, that's.
but they'll all be signed though.
No, that's
And then
fine,
phase two
that's
can't,
fine.
can't get a building permit until those other conditions are met. for phase two.
Right,
But you've approved it.
right. Yeah, so
So-
that's, yeah, it was the two
Yeah.
separate plans that I was.
But yeah, there's one signature block that I didn't actually. Okay, they'll sign both, but at the time of approval, you're gonna sign all of them.
I mean, it's really to implement the phase one plan. You have to get the DOT driveway permit and then whatever else we think is needed. And then it's really to implement the phase two plan, you need to have X, Y, Z.
And even though the landscaping doesn't come until phase two, I'd like to put the condition on phase one to amend the plan to show native
Right.
species, because we wanna get that done
I do
before
that.
it's signed,
Right.
even though, yeah.
Okay, then, so, I'll make a motion to conditionally approve application 201-24 with the following conditions. Here's how I'm gonna get this. So those are done. So number one, receipt of state permits, DOT shoreline and the well.
I would recommend that
Phase
you
one first.
get it,
Break it in.
break it out, phase one, phase two.
Yeah, so you're gonna have two lists of conditions.
Yeah.
You're gonna have phase one
So to
condition and
implement
then
the
phase two.
one
Well,
plan.
nice.
They gotta be separate.
Oh, yeah. I still don't think this works right, but okay, I'm with you.
Wait, no, tell me though. Is there a
I mean,
hole?
I feel like you're saying that the entire application has to be approved basically at once, right? So I'm saying.
Right, but you can still reference the two separate.
Yeah, but I'm saying. You should do is say, the application is approved, subject to these conditions, which would be. Basically, let's just say what's listed here, plus. Phase one cannot proceed without DOT. Phase one cannot proceed construction, or occupancy. Or phase two rather, without the other two.
So you can't.
I
we're
think
saying
it
the
would
same
be
thing.
easier
Yeah,
to say what you need for phase one and what you need for phase two. And just, we're doing it all in one motion,
Does that
but
seem weird?
it pertains to the, the plan, so if.
That sounds like phase two is not approved until you get that stuff. But that's not true. Phase
It's
two is
approved,
approved.
but they can't start building it until they get those.
Yeah, they
permits.
just can't implement phase two until.
Weird.
So what happens though if he wants, says, you know what? I have somehow got millions of dollars in financing, and I'm gonna skip phase one, and go right to phase two.
He has to get his.
Yes.
permit.
And as long as he
Yeah,
gets.
Right.
It's fine.
He doesn't have to sell some beer out of a container first. If he doesn't
Right.
want to,
Right,
but
But-
he can.
but he needs to get the DOT permit.
Yeah.
So we gotta
Yeah.
make sure that that's
Right.
under,
That's
So
what I'm
list
saying.
it for both.
Oh,
So
okay,
let's
so
DOT
put
permit twice.
DOT for both.
okay.
So let me adjust that. Ginger. I'll start over. So I'll make a motion to conditionally approve application 201-24 with the following condition. Phase one. Has the receipt of the DOT permit.
And then the
Driveway.
plan for the native species.
Plan is amended for native species. Do you want the rest of them all together? Just do them all
The
twice.
stamps and signatures.
Yeah, professional stamps and signatures as well as owner signatures need to be on the final plan. And all waivers granted and conditions of approval need to be on the final plan. And phase two has receipt of the shoreline and shoreland, and the well
Transit, non-community water supply.
transient non-community water supply
And DOT permit.
and DOT permit.
And I guess we could probably say amend plan for native species,
I don't think you need to there. It's already been done.
but if they
Where
jump
they-
to the
Oh,
phase
they-
two.
Okay, I got it. And the plan's amended for native species and professional stamps and signatures as well as owner signatures need to be on that final plan. All waivers granted and conditions of approval need to be. Comma, as a proposal complies with the zoning ordinance and site plan regulations, given the plans presented and waivers granted.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Why did you
All
do
right.
that? Sorry.
That's fun.
Are you-
Yeah.
I need to write that down, because it wasn't making sense.
You-
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do we need to do it for this?
Okay. Only 9:30.
Can I meet your motion? And that was right,
What was that?
for your findings of fact.
No, it's like what his little last statement at his end of his motion.
Oh,
It's an
okay.
okay coverage. If you can ever
Okay.
come up with more specific findings of fact, that's better, but at
Yeah.
least we have something. You add that little, as it complies with the.
Oh,
zoning
right.
ordinance and site plan regs. That's at least something. So
Okay. We ready to move on?
I am so ready.
All right. So we're gonna, one more. Yes, I do. We're gonna, jump over to number 7 and hopefully make this pretty quick. Application number 402-24, wetland protection conditional use permit. Michelle Courier, request to impact a prime wetland buffer for installation of a residential 16 by 38 in-ground swimming pool with surrounding concrete patio located at 31 Chandler Circle.
Pretty much all the board in that project to be real quick. It's pretty simple. If you all look at the packet, basically, has an existing house, existing yard. The prior pool years ago, they basically put the pool in the same location. We're disturbing the 150-foot buffer. We have a prime wetland buffer of 150 feet. Again, there's the house, there's the proposed pool. We're able to maintain a minimum of 80 feet. We did meet with the conservation commission as a preliminary plan. And they seem to be supportive as long as we count that distance. Questions?
Alden, I think you, on the plan, did you mark the very poorly drained?
Yes. Yes, in fact, you'll notice there's a very full.
Oh, and the poorly drained line, right, okay,
Setback, I stood up at the top.
right. Right. Is the pool, is there a decision whether the pool is freshwater or saltwater? Freshwater, okay, all right.
Which, I was talking with Sandy about it. What you gonna do, a fiberglass pool?
So we're deciding between fiberglass or
I just personally highly recommend a fiberglass pool. I did one a few years ago. One of the nicest things about the fiberglass pool is you use very little chemical. I did a UV light in the system. It stays pristine and very low maintenance. Yes, it's, which is great for splash over, so you don't have that water. And I did a lot of research on the different pools and the fiberglass pool, nothing like algae doesn't grow on it. It's the cleanest pool. A gunite pool, you're fighting the chemical reaction of the concrete and the water with chemicals, and so I would highly recommend.
I think we shall do it.
Yeah, definitely. not
Oh, okay. The liner. It's, and, you know, they tell me they're pretty indestructible. I know my brother had a fiberglass pool for many years and they, I mean, it's not the inexpensive way to go, but you'll save a lot of it just on chemical use. Not that we're gonna require one or the other, this,
Right. One of the, suggestions that the Conservation Commission made, because we met Monday evening and discussed this, was to, while there still is, you know, a setback from the, pool to the wetland line, that, adding a strip of native vegetation along the existing line, some, you know, also some native stuff, just as an extra buffer.
You want me to as a condition, so what do you think? 10 feet or-
Yeah, 10 feet.
so you get a little less to mow. You get a little
Less
less
to
to mow.
Then, yeah, the other comments from the Conservation Commission were the best management practices for filtration management.
Right, and it sounds like that you might be, because I guess, some filters have a backwash and some other ones don't have a backwash. I know that there's some information that, DES had, online. I don't have a printout of it right now, but I could provide you if the type of filter you're looking at requires backwash. I have
And she, like your
information about.
sand filters require backwash.
Right, and
I did-
there's,
I did a cartridge type. you
Which-
know,
doesn't require backwash.
No, I mean, usually, you know, middle of season, end of season, I pull a filter out just to, and you rinse everything out of it, which is still kind of like backwashing, but it isn't, I think it's much less.
Effective.
Yeah. But, yeah,
Right.
and it's been,
No way
I'm gonna be going on my 4th season with the pool now, and I'm very happy with the system, the UV light especially, which just keeps chemical use way down.
They did have no fueling plan at the time. It was 6 for both sides, but both food did not discharge anything to treated into adjacent wetlands.
Mhm. Okay.
Anybody else got anything? So
Yeah, go right ahead.
it's public hearing, so we'll open to the public. If anybody's got any questions, comments, concerns? Not seeing any, I will close the public hearing. Anybody else?
Just, one of the other, plans talked about not needing a statement about prime wetlands because they didn't have any, but this is actually prime wetland buffer. So I didn't know whether it's like an extra note that needs to be placed or just,
The CUP plan requirements are minimal.
uh,
It says prime wetlands right on the plan.
Yeah, there's a note right here, it says,
oh, right, yeah, okay, all right.
that it says, prime wetland buffer for the town.
Okay, yeah, I did see that. So, all right, I'll, recommend,
You have to accept it first.
oh, that's right, I forgot, okay. I move to accept application number 402-24, wetland protection conditional use permit, for Michelle Courier.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Cool.
How many people are you gonna have over for the pool?
We're not
We're not quite down. Almost. We've accepted it. Yeah.
All those
So
in favor?
second, was that a second? Yeah, so, okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
All right, I move approval of application 402-24 wetland protection conditional use permit for Michelle Courier request to impact the prime wetland buffer for installation of a residential in-ground swimming pool and concrete patio.
Because it
Um,
meets all of the requirements in 10.01 and 12.05.
yes,
And minimizes.
The native.
oh, yes, with the condition that a native plant strip of 10 feet along the back edge of the wetland line be added as a buffer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Awesome.
You got it.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Thank you. Enjoy the pool. All right. It is 9:38. Yeah. Yep, we're only gonna get one. There is a law for Tyler Builders, yeah, I would imagine. So that's what we're gonna move to.
With your Jeff.
All right, now we're gonna, take up application number 501-24 subdivision application for Tyler Builders Inc., proposed 3-lot residential subdivision to be accessed by shared driveway and served by individual wells in individual septic systems located off Brown Hill Road, map 8, block 4, lot 123, zoned rural. So at the same time, we'll be talking about application 401-24, wetland conditional use permit, Tyler Builders, request for driveway crossing impacting 1,250 square feet of wetland and 10,110 square feet of wetland buffer to access 3 residential lots located off Brown Hill Road. Yep. Go down to 4. See you back.
Francisco, Bedford Design. This is the same property we had in front of you guys this last fall. We had a road coming out 5 lots. We had site distance issues. Since then, we obviously withdrew that application. Once the zoning board got a variance for reduced frontage and driveway setback to the property line. So what we're proposing. So we're proposing a shared driveway for 3 lots. Comes in, crosses this little wetland with initial use, curved around, access the house. Here, here, here. There wouldn't be any houses. I guess would be east of the wetland. So we're proposing a 16-foot wide driveway with 3-foot shoulder, which gives you a width of about 22. With the 22 feet. Right now, it's raised up a little bit, so there's just a little bit of a fuel soak in here. As you can see, just 1.5, 2 feet. We got a cut slope in this side, so we have a ditch coming through here. The little ditch starts here, this way. The driveway is maximum 7%. And the driveway department asked for a turnaround, but not that's what that was. That's what that's supposed to be, anyway. Turnaround for fire truck. I hope it's pretty simple. I'll keep that introduction brief.
So we got a shed.
Shared driveway for 2 lots.
Kind of like a road, but not town maintained, in a little narrow. So we allow it.
Has comments?
Yeah.
The application, so how do you want to do this?
Complete enough to accept?
The checklist items was pretty short, applications for permits, the written verification of service from the utility companies. The ties to the grid coordinate system need elevation, that's minor. And then just stating that the lots and buffers are flagged for inspection. Those are all relatively minor checklist items that are outstanding.
I did forget to mention, have a waiver request also for these 4 monuments, because they're in the driveway. I don't know, instead of cutting these 4 lot corners, they're gonna be in the pavement.
Will be in the pavement?
In the driveway, yes.
Can you maybe explain the way the lots are shaped down there at the end and where the driveway goes and how that works?
So basically, we have a 60-foot wide right of way. And I divided it in thirds, so these are all 20-foot wide. We'll put a 16-foot wide driveway centered on that with 3-foot shoulders, so the bound would be in the shoulder.
Excuse me, do you want to move it so that some of the audience can see? Sorry, I know those things are. That's acceptable.
So I divided this in thirds, so everybody's 20-foot wide with 3 lots, one here, back here, one here. This one has 46 feet of frontage, this has 20 feet of frontage, this has 43 feet of frontage. So the lots.
Oh, okay, I see.
The lot has like a long finger that comes out to have a little piece of.
We thought I had 20-foot strip here across the road, a wide strip. Widen it up.
Yeah, it's basically this last piece, so that's these corners where the lot corner is literally in the road.
2 feet off the pavement. Basically. It would be in the shoulder, shoulder of the dome. We put the front part, the interface there.
Where it is compared to.
They also did submit a common driveway easement document that explains the maintenance responsibilities for the 3 property owners.
Right,
But-
that was.
Separation from the driveway.
Figure out how the driveway.
I didn't print all the sheets.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, can't really put a bound in the middle of the driveway.
I've done it. Nobody likes it. Makes a puddle in 3 years.
Yeah, that's the problem with trying to.
And what is the purpose of having them have some frontage? Is it because it's required or?
Just thought it'd be easier for the shared driveway. I thought it'd be easier to have all 3 lots having some frontage. Thought it might be easier to get the variance, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, all that's all have to hit the driveway, right? I mean,
Right, but do
Yeah.
they have to all go down to the road?
oh, yeah. Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
That's the road. Isn't the road, that's the lot line that,
Exactly. Yeah, each of the 3 lots sticks out to me.
That's unusual, isn't it?
yeah, that's a. Okay, see, they actually have frontage.
6 sheet shows the driveway grading plan.
Yeah.
I didn't print all of them.
There you go. Yeah, let's see that one.
You have 4 voting members, I have 4 plans right here.
Oh, good.
Imagine that, huh?
Lots of
We all get lucky once in a while. That's what I'm trying. It's shifted a little bit. It's not centered in the. Exactly.
And the width of the width of the entryway there of all 3 parcels, yeah.
Like 40,
Parcel
they're all less than 50 feet.
F has 43, the middle one has 20, and the other one's 47, 20, and 43.
Oh, yeah, okay, but they're basically 20 feet wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle, actually.
So you have a 60-foot wide, is that what the right of way access was?
Yes.
60 feet?
Wow. Right, you're right. Had to say that.
Would you like me to address some of the
Yes.
questions and comments related to the driveway?
Yes.
The public works director is concerned once again about site distance. His major question was, from what point did you calculate the site distance? Okay, so he provided some documentation stating that the 10 feet off the pavement was adequate for limited or minimum use driveways, and that, so probably a one family driveway as opposed to 3, and that it should really be 14.5 feet, for the type of use that this driveway would see. So I don't know if you have any comments related to that.
It's not gonna affect anything. Moving the driveway. Moving the driver's eye back 4 feet something. Affect the site distance.
Okay, so you could still meet the site distance,
Yeah.
move it up after moving it back. fire department is concerned about the length of the driveway, the shared driveway. We don't have regulations about the length of the driveway. We allow a driveway to 3 lots. He was also concerned about the width, as far as getting his apparatus back there. Concerned, while there are shoulders, he was concerned that in spring conditions, they would be soft. And that he would prefer to see 20 feet of paved width. And then also the turnaround, you did show that you had an area there. It was hard to tell if that was drive the stub to the other, to that home, or if that's a. Oh, okay, okay.
We can leave that,
Okay, and that he just wanted to make sure that the driveways, if you will, off the driveway, will be able to withstand the weight of a fire truck too. That those will be.
sort of, I'm pretty familiar with some of that.
Police department is also just concerned about site distance. I think we established previously that there are concerns. about the
Yeah,
location
that's
on that
my,
road.
I wouldn't want a town road from there, so I hate to say I'd like to, I'm not gonna be excited about houses there either. I mean, we had 2 less families entering Brown Hill where you have terrible sight distance on downhill.
So what's the site distance? I think I looked it up. It's 275 feet, but for a roadway, it's 400.
So that's why they're back with this revised plan.
So it meets the 275 at the 14.5 feet.
Yes.
In both directions.
If you remember right when we were there, we had dots in the road, 275, we had the sidewalk. And we had a traffic cones beside the road on both of them. You could certainly see. Obviously, a lot of brush and vegetation up here on our property.
And then the other comment from the police department was just ensuring that the homes would be addressed and numbered and labeled properly so that everyone can figure out where they're going, and it would have to be named.
What would need to be named?
The driveway would have to have a
Yeah.
street name, even though it's not a street. They wouldn't have Brown Hill addresses. They would have whatever, Al's Way, whatever.
Really? I mean, doesn't that make it a road though? I mean, that's,
Yeah, my thought is, if it's a driveway, it
Yeah.
should really be a Brown Hill address with 3 numbers.
ABC, yeah.
E911 says it.
Really? Is it because of the length, or do you know?
I think it's to do with the length and then the number of homes.
So
We
it's,
can-
it's a private road at that.
Yeah, well,
This is fine line between a private road and a
One of the
named
issues.
named driveway, but the frontage of the lots is on Brown Hill Road. So as far as it's not putting homes on the private road, because but we can address that with the building inspector. I can have him dig into that a little further if you want more.
Yeah.
I guess I don't understand the reason that the lots go all the way to Brown Hill. Like there's the right of way that's there to give them access to the back lots. And like what's there, like doesn't, if they're trying to get frontage on Brown Hill, like that doesn't meet the requirement either. For frontage, if that's what you're trying to do, like I don't.
That's why we got a variance.
Yeah, which zoning board already gave them a variance
On the frontage.
in the frontage, right?
Frontage in and, yes, on frontage in on the setback of the roadway from the lot lines. Yeah, well, basically 0 frontage, 0 setback of the roadway.
He accepted as
Yeah,
complete.
because the driveway is really hitting all three pieces. It's like,
Hitting everything. Here, sitting on the lot line. And we also got a lot of width at the front setback line.
Hmm. You want to accept it as complete?
My opinion that the application is complete.
yeah, we can accept it.
I'll make a motion that we accept application. Both of them? They are complete. I don't have.
501-24.
501 and 401.
501-24 and 401-24.
I'll say.
Is it there?
Aye.
Opposed? We reflected it.
Yeah,
We'll get to the public hearing side of it.
Do you want to take care of regional impact? It is on the border of the town, but I don't think you could say that 3 homes would have a regional impact.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that this project is does not provide regional impact.
A second.
Is there?
Aye.
Just to be clear, that was for both applications, right?
That was for both applications.
Great.
It's still there.
Well, do you have to do what, regional impact or wetland CUP?
Everything.
Okay. But. Okay. We want it open.
I think so, yeah, right, we were ready to do that.
Yeah.
So this is a public hearing and guessing that's why we have so many people hanging out. So I'll open to the public. Just please state your name and address. Please stop, sir.
Phil Simons. Last time this came up, the problem was that the line of sight was not out.
Yes.
So I'm gathering that by carving out frontage, this is supposed to help this. Because really,
It's changing the requirement when it's a road going in. They're required to have more frontage. As a shared driveway, the site distance. As a driveway, it requires less site distance, which,
I mean, I don't really see any difference between when I was here last time and this time. It's still a road with both west line of sight. Even, you could even carve it into the other property. You know, I reviewed it again today, the hash mark 275 feet was right from my mailbox. It's not anymore because of the winter. But I went out and took another look. It's winter time, there's no vegetation. And you have to get to 170 feet before you even have a chance, the way things are now, of seeing that. And that's being optimistic because I'm talking about coming down the hill on the far side of the road, which gives you a better angle. If you were driving and you were coming down the middle of the road, you probably have a line of sight of something like 150 feet.
well, I mean, the line of sight is gonna be to the lane coming down. You know, I hope they're not driving down
So you've got
the middle.
him to review, you were there.
Yeah, oh no, I was there.
Okay,
I hear you.
you remember the curve,
Yes,
you remember the hill, which means the line of sight requirements not even adequate for that situation. What has changed? That would all of a sudden allow you to approve this. Last time you personally were very concerned.
yes, I do have. So what has changed is what our regulations are and what they're doing, and that's less houses and filling it as a shared driveway, which is still a concern.
An accident. Taking. I'm not even talking about the fact that the next house down on Townsville side, their well is right there. And whatever they treat that road with is probably gonna seep into that well. But this should not be done. I'm an old guy. I go to bed at 10 o'clock. I don't need this. The only reason I'm here is because this is really wrong. And that's all I have to say, but I wish you would take it under
Thank
advisement.
you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Anybody else? This is your time. State your name and
Fire. Whether it's these kids gonna do bus, cottage. So gonna be hauled down to Brown Hill, or we're gonna have three parents.
I mean, garbage and kids at the bus stop would be on Brown Hill. Because,
And especially if 911 is calling it a name now,
well,
then it's not a driveway, it's a road. Thank you.
you're welcome. Good.
I've attended several of these at this point, and if I've learned anything, I should write it down, and read it versus trying to just speak. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm sorry if I'm looking down.
Yeah.
First, I just want to thank the board for remaining firm on their decision about the road. I think we all agreed that sightlines were an issue, so I just want to thank you for being firm on that. We first bought the home 2020. We were told the neighboring lot was also for sale. It had potential to be developed with a driveway and a single home. The seller, who owned both for the last 4 years, never wanted that land to be developed. I've said that before. You know, we were told he rejected offers that wanted to put multiple houses on there. So I tell you all this just so that you know that from the start, we did expect the driveway to go in there. So I'm not opposed to a driveway, but as others have said, this does seem to be more like a driveway road situation. But it's definitely an improvement from a road. So with that said, I still have some concerns and things I'd like the board and applicant to address. One clarification question I had was there's a zoning ordinance, section 6.06. It says no portion of any driveway shall be closer than 50 feet to any intersecting street. My question is Bona Vista, not an intersecting street. From every definition I found online, it certainly is, but
So, I guess
I don't know
I'm
if that
kind of aware. I mean,
cross.
it's across this, what's that? It shouldn't,
Yes, sorry. You say 6.06?
the way you're finding it. I mean, it would seem if you have roads coming to have a four-way intersection rather than 100 feet up, you know, would make more sense to me. You know, not that this makes sense, you know,
Yeah.
being straight across is about the only thing I find that makes sense on this.
But it is intersecting. Right?
So no portion of any driveway shall be closer than 50 feet to any intersecting street.
Because it's driving on a street would need to be there, but a driveway shouldn't be across from an intersecting street. That's. per our reg.
If that is the case, I would probably. My 3 asks.
You're doing fine.
As mentioned time and time again, site distance is an issue. Person plans. I went through all of the minutes and watched also the YouTube videos of the planning board sessions every time. And there seems to be a lot of inconsistencies with numbers that get quoted for what the sightlines are based on how many feet back we are. Actually, in the July 20th meeting, it's on record from Fred that says we do not have 400 feet of sight distance, we have more like 200. This was at the hour and 25 mark. Then the following meeting, he says we have 330. There's also mention that he used 8-foot distance. Sometimes he mentioned he used 10 feet distance. So not sure what they are. Also now it sounds like the public works like to see at 14 feet. I say all this because I would ask the board to have a third-party engineer come and do the site distance measurements to make sure that everything is done to standard. And we do have exact measurements for that 10 feet, 14 feet, etc. I think that would also help alleviate concerns that other neighbors have that this is done properly. And with that, my second ask is that the board pushes out their approval until we do get checklist item 12, which is the written verification of service from utilities. I think this is minor for other developments, but because there's such narrow space there between where the driveways are, where my garage is, where our abutters are, just want to make sure, see what the utilities need in order to bring the utilities all the way up the hill. And if they need any easements, there's section 8.04 that says assessments for the utilities need to be at least 20 feet in width. So if the utility company does need an easement, again, there's just minimal play there with lot lines. So if an easement is going to be required by the utilities, then I believe it states that the board cannot accept an application until the easement is secured. Just wanted technicality, but just trying to find something. My final ask is that the board makes a condition on the approval of the application would be for the builder to install some privacy screen measures. So given how close the driveway is going to be to our property, whether that's a fence or bushes, but something to go along the length of the driveway that helps create some sort of privacy and security really from the 6 cars, delivery trucks that are going to be going up and down there. I did email the builder directly to ask for this. I never got a response. There is a mention in the regulations of the board that does say the board can ask an applicant to put in trees as like a screen measure. So I think it would be within the scope of the board to ask that. At the end of the day, you know, again, we always thought a driveway was going to be there. So I'm not like fully against this driveway idea. I just want it to be done correctly, safely. And so to recap, I just want to get a clarification on that intersection. Whatever that entails. Site distance, have a third-party engineer come out and redo the sight line so we can get just a third party to get those quotes, 14 feet back, etc. The utility easement, not accept the application and for whatever that means until we get all of that information from the utility company. And lastly, some sort of privacy screening, bushes, fence, etc. to just help create some sort of buffer between this driveway and my land. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, you're part of the public right now.
Yeah, Rudy Zell. So I am Tyler Phillips trying to get this approved. As she was saying that she sent me an email I just want to clarify this, is she sent me several emails and told me she has been talking to her attorney, blah, blah, blah. And I said, hey, I don't, if you get your attorney involved, call my attorney. This is how I want to deal with this. Don't need the public to send me emails and tell me I want this and I want you to do this and that. I am trying to make a living. I am trying to build 3 houses, nice houses. That,
Go, sir.
I'm speaking.
Sir, yes, please let him
You had
address the
that-
board.
Is the town obligated to?
Sir, sir, sir,
These points need to be made.
the public hearing is open. It's his turn to speak.
Okay, there's a lot, I'd like to say that there's a lot of people out there, okay, that need homes, that are paying unbelievable rent. Okay, I would like to give somebody an opportunity to give them a home, that's all I wanna do, and have the American dream. Like everybody else can have a chance to have a home. And that's how I feel about this whole situation, and the public is, they are concerned, I understand all that. But we've gone through, everything that we can do to make this right. And that's, you know, we couldn't get the road, fine. We gotta get, you know, we talked about this in the past, and a couple of meetings that were talked about with her, well-being wherever it is. I heard the board say, hey, it was drilled there, that's not my fault. That your house was built at the wrong spot, first of all. You know what I mean? So, will you be quiet, please?
Sir,
Okay, I don't.
sir, let him, you can have another chance, you can have another chance to speak. He's speaking right now.
Excuse me?
I can also have you leave too. Please, sir, don't, keep it right here.
Due diligence. I'm talking.
Yes.
So. By going to the legal steps and every. which
Trying to
way.
get it done.
Okay. That is it. Thank you very much for the board for listening to me. For once, I've not talked yet. I've been good. I've had my attorney. And I paid my attorney very well to go through this whole process. If you want to bring an attorney in,
Okay.
that's
Well,
fine.
nobody seemed to bring their attorney tonight, so
Right. Thank
you
you.
just got your engineer. Sir. Yeah. Yeah, this, sir, we're trying to have a meeting here. You can invite him out to the hallway and go out there and talk if you want, but in here, you gotta wait. Does anybody else from the public have some comments? You got one more?
I'm all the Presti 56 Bremen Hill. $1,000 there. Kids.
That's what new homes are today, sadly to say. Anybody else? We got, yeah, just give me name and address.
I'm not. Something about 20-foot frontage, how far back can someone build to somebody else's property? Is it 30 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet? Like how far can a building be away from someone else's property?
The setback is,
20 feet on this.
I think it is 20.
30-foot buffer.
So our property says 20 foot on the back side of the property.
Right, so the back is 20, so the front is 35 and the rear and the side is 20 feet.
And that's a lot, is that long?
Yeah, that's
so for
the
So
setback.
then-
the-
okay,
yeah,
that's my-
yeah.
I mean, I will add with that, like, you know, they missed on the one property that's there, you know, that's our, which, you know, that comment was addressed some, that, you know, this woman's property is, they should have built quite where they did, but that was way before she owned it. So anybody else with any comments? Good question. So not seeing any, I'm gonna close the public hearing. One of the things I want, the power going out there will be underground? Okay, so that would go in with the road. Yeah, so yeah. But it's gonna be underground, so it'll be right with the road, the driveway. Sorry.
Careful with that.
That wasn't even on purpose, that was,
Yeah.
no, really. One of the other points brought up, and I'm sure it is a zoning use that they would do, because even for a single family house there, it would be a driveway across.
Yeah.
Which is kind of, I
think
Yeah, what
that's near an intersection, like if you have, you know, you're on the end of the block and your driveway shouldn't be closer than 50 feet to the end of the block, I think is what it.
I think that's more the point of that.
Right.
Yes,
The perpendicular and directly opposite is ideal.
yeah, and I mean, this subdivision, when it was first done, and the front 4 lots were created, you know, the plan was obviously for a driveway to be right there, but I mean,
Right, well,
I mean, that's more of an
we,
issue with our regs.
well, we had something like that, but the person put one house on the large lot. But it was a very similar kind of access to the back lot that was done, but
So for me, I think that there's two things that would be wrong with having driveway right across from a road. And one would be like, you wouldn't want to have someone's lights like directly in your house all the time. That would not be
Well,
awesome.
crossing a road, you're not gonna, in your house, they're in the other road.
Well, what I'm saying is your house is at the end of Bonavista. If your house was sitting right at the end, every car that's coming down, their headlights are gonna be right in your house. If your house was right at the end of the road.
Well, it's not gonna be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not talking about, I'm just saying in general, I'm not talking about
Yeah,
this
yeah.
specifically. So that's one issue. The other one would be, if your house was, you know, right at the end and someone missed that stoplight and they just went right through and hit your house, like that wouldn't be awesome either. So that neither one of those things apply to this. So I feel like if there was a waiver to be had for that, then it,
Unfortunately, it's the zoning. Not waived. I think it's an interpretation issue though, is like, what does that mean? And brings up an important point that if we're having this discussion, then it probably needs to be rewritten to be clarified for the
Yeah.
future.
DOT has that closer than, but it says like closer than 50 feet to an intersection. Or I don't know how it's written, but I think they
Yeah,
use that 50
I don't
feet
think it's
also.
meant for cross intersections. But
A
it
good
is,
point, that should be addressed, right? Because
Yes.
if we're having this conversation, then it's obviously not clear.
uh,
so on the site distance, I think that they have to demonstrate that they meet the 275.
from the 14, what, right, was that?
The 14 and a half feet.
The 14 and a half feet.
Or it'd be- It'd be a 50 scale right over the line. This area 10 feet.
You know, with that is the site distance reg, because again, it's a 30-mile-an-hour road. So site distance low, you're coming down a hill. which are things that just add to, regs don't increase because cars like to fly down the road or because it's a downhill. But it is, I would not want to waive any sight distance because
I do know how to
There you
spell both. Just to be clear.
So yes, I agree that, they gotta show that they can.
I'm just pulling up the. Okay, so the driveway regulations say that.
I think that L is inconsistent with our zoning ordinance. Driveway should be
Yeah, it
placed
is.
minimum of
It
10
is.
feet.
That technically
It
doesn't
needs to
work
be
with
15.
your thing, doesn't it? With your property line, or is that what you got a waiver?
So they got a variance for that
Okay,
already,
we got a
but
variance,
the
we got a
zoning
variance.
ordinance says 15 feet, driveway says 10, so we go with the. Oops, wrong. So. The driveways in 1 and 2 family lots, a minimum of 275. Yeah.
All seasons, safe sites.
So in cases where the planning board has not determined it, so the driveway regulations basically refer to the planning board first and then step in if the planning board hasn't.
Driveways for 1 and 2 family dwellings, minimum of 275 feet.
About 3 family.
Well, we changed the shared driveway from allowing 2 people on it to allowing 3 houses on it. And I suspect that may not have been addressed.
Well, it's not a 3-family dwelling, it's 3 single-family dwellings. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it's
No,
a
I don't
little
mean a 2-family, I meant,
Yeah.
the ordinance previously allowed 2
Two-family
houses on a
dwelling.
shared driveway.
Take the dash out.
Yes, and then you realize that with the accessory dwelling units, there's always the possibility of doubling the residential units on the lots.
Builders put onto that.
So is the board comfortable with the engineer presenting a blown up view showing the site distance, or was that something you would want to have reviewed?
I think it should be reviewed.
Because that is a big concern. And like I said, I mean, 275 is the reg. And, the reg is for people going 30 miles an hour on a flat ground. They're doing more than 30 down a hill. So again, it should be like a 45-mile-an-hour road. Because that's what people do.
So you've heard enough from me tonight, drive down every day, and most people go up 37.
Well, if you hear earlier, I made those comments. Our speed limits, in my opinion, personal opinion, are too low. In our low speed limits, because, and it's throughout all of New Hampshire, you get down I know I've been, other parts of the country where it's like, holy cow, this road's, 45 miles an hour and all you can do to do 40 miles. But that's what people are doing. And it's, people aren't exceeding the speed limit. And then these AASHTO regs and stuff work because they're you know, if this was a 45-mile-an-hour road, it'd probably be, you know, 400 or 500 feet of sight distance,
Well, I think
or whatever it is. You know, I don't know where it goes, but
regulation should be different if you're on a hill.
I would agree with that too. Sure.
Is there a difference between driveway and private? Is there any regulation?
That's a more question that we need to
Where-
figure out.
Figuring.
I mean, you know, there's two sides, you know, this gentleman owns a property, he has a right to develop it, you know, and, you know, we have regulations that he needs to follow, and, you know, this board is that line between there, and that's, you know, I mean, so we figured out 5 houses, you know, it's way too dangerous with a road. You know, 3 houses, well, it's still just as dangerous. If he was putting a single-family house, it'd still be just as dangerous, just for less people, and I don't think he'd be here. You know, I mean, so,
Yeah, I usually roads, they've been required to be built to town standards.
Yeah.
Even if they're considered private, they have to be built, you know, exactly how a town road would be built. So that typically.
this
that's
is
how-
kind of new territory
Yeah.
for us. Well, you can still, I mean, a driveway could be 50 feet wide if it's a driveway. So,
But the
yes,
site distance is somewhat deceiving because all these trees have been cut down. If you remember, right, there's a huge oak tree right here. That's blocking your sight. It's something fierce if you're driving down the road trying to see this intersection. That tree won't be there. I guarantee it.
Mhm.
Also, your regulations say you're allowed to access 3 lots from a shared driveway. We have 3 lots with frontage approved by the zoning board, and we have a driveway.
Yep.
We shouldn't be talking about road. It's not a road. We're proposing a driveway, shared driveway. We have a driveway maintenance and shared driveway agreement. You allow three lots on a driveway.
yeah, you've already passed some steps. I mean, we have to do our due diligence
I understand.
too of figuring it out. I mean, and I guess, you know, part of our question is, you know, where it's, you know, you're building a shared driveway, you know, and then we have, you know, another government agency that says this thing needs a name. Well, if it's got a name, you know, it's an address for that name, that really makes it seem like a road. I mean, I'm not sure where, you know, and that's some of what we need to try to figure out.
I understand. It's not a road by your definition. 911.
Did you have a crowd of zoning board too?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm kind of curious if you made it, if they made it to zoning board. I was just curious what, I mean, I don't have any part, I do enough here. Okay. Let's say we got some.
My property or technically on your property. How do we ensure that those trees not get cut down? Give the sightline.
So when you say it's too wide to be cut down, what did you mean by
Yeah, I
that?
think there's a circumference,
Diameter no larger than 6 feet can be cut down within the buffer strip.
Except
Those
for.
Oh, this
Either
is,
way, we aren't gonna be cutting any trees.
This is the,
I was like,
town.
Yeah, I mean, they have no right to cut trees in your property.
Got it.
If I could, the reason we approached her about cutting some trees was try to get to 400. That was, it didn't happen.
Yeah, it was for the, that was last
Right.
time.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. We are not proposing to cut any trees outside of. I mean, there is one tree and it's in the town. It's a little white birch. Might be wrong about that. My memory is not as good as it used to be.
So with that, I mean, to cut in the town right away, I mean, the town would, you know, DPW would have to probably give you permission on that, but they have no right to take trees on your property. Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about third-party review of the site system?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that land.
And they can, you know, I'm sure can calculate whether you got it without these trees or without, you know. I mean, where this is tight and this is bad, I don't want to be the judge of that.
The way we have this drawn up, sightline does not go on anybody else's property except for Allen's property in the town. So any trees on anybody else's property don't matter. The sightline's not there. Look at that, there's one tree right there.
Yeah. Mm.
You want a motion?
If that's what the board wants to do, then yeah.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
Are we done talking about the intersection separation? 50 foot?
Sure, we can talk about it.
No,
Well,
if I need to go to the zoning board, I'd like to have the next one later. That's all. Because I'm sure I would get that variance. It shouldn't be.
It should be an issue. I don't think, you know,
Personally, I think it's a better place. 60 feet.
absolutely.
I know you're.
I would agree with that, but
Regulations are over there.
yes, the regulations are what they are, and, you know, sometimes what we come up with decisions get challenged.
I understand.
So we want to do what we can do to,
Well, I'd like to know if I have to go
Yep.
to variance or not.
and I don't know if that's something that can just be kind of asked as a zoning board before, or if they should get in front of them and clarify that.
Yeah, the no driveways within 50 feet of an intersecting street. I don't feel like that's what it
Yeah,
means.
I don't.
No, I would
don't
say
think-
on that same side of within that.
Right.
that, not across.
Consult with the zoning board, but you as the planning board, you write the zoning ordinance. That's your document. So
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Yeah, I don't, I think maybe we should
fix it.
clarify that. You almost gonna draw some pictures. Here's
Yeah,
okay, here's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, across the street, really, because you get cars turning? I wouldn't want to, I mean, even at 60 feet, it would be more dangerous. But, I mean, so it's our rule with the zoning board is the one that would enforce it or
Or give a
Or
variance.
give a
if
variance.
needed. I have a question on something else.
Okay.
I think we had talked about where that wetland crossing is, that it really should have a culvert. I know you had talked about it draining either way, but I think that we kind of felt it probably needs a culvert.
There's no water gonna go through the culvert. So how big a pipe do you want for your salamanders and frogs and things?
Well, I think when it's constructed and when there's other development, I think water's gonna go down the hill and
Yeah. No, it's off. the
it
hill.
will.
This
Yeah, that's the existing topography. I'm not sure that that's,
Can't change the topography inside the wetland.
um,
15 inch.
say like an 18-inch.
18-inch HDPE.
I guess so. I mean, you're gonna need a wetland permit, so you're gonna have to make them happy too.
Then, I like what she said that.
And I can't remember, uh, this is one where there's a Blandings turtle. I mean, like most of, right, okay, all right, yeah.
3/4 mile away or something.
Right, yeah, they travel like a mile or more in a season, so.
That's it right here.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, I did see it, but I didn't have it.
2 of them in Dunbar, does that matter?
Well, they're close, right? It's not far to Dunbarton. That's it, we will, yeah, I think that's what, I'll make a motion that we, have the site distance independently verified.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So when I approach the town engineer, I will be very clear that you're looking at just the site distance at this
Yeah.
point, unless you guys request
Right.
anything else. But right now, I'll ask for just. site
Yeah, the
distance.
site distance.
So we will get a quote and I'll get that over to you guys.
I mean, with his waivers he's looking at, I mean, it doesn't make
Waivers.
much sense to put it, oh, I know, he asked about the one extra one with the bounds and the roads that
Driveway.
driveway, sorry.
Have you ever done a driveway like this with multiple owners?
Yes. Several.
I mean, where it's actually been physically divided up like this? I don't mean a shared as we were thinking shared, I mean, this where
Like their
people
actual
actually,
land.
there's actually pieces associated with their
Yes,
lot.
We did it in Concord. Subdivision up on just side Barber Drive. That's the one I think of real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Wondering for that question. That's what bedtime be thinking about that. I can't think of any other right off the end.
I guess my question is if you have any response to the fire department's request for a wider paved area.
I can talk to him, but I believe we meet the NFPA requirements. I'll talk to him and see. I mean, the H20 loading is not a big deal. I'm sure we meet it. We've had some. If it's 20 foot of pavement and then shoulders, that's gonna push us quite a bit closer to everybody's property line. They have to slide the driveway a little bit.
Right,
South.
right now, the driveway's like pretty much in the center of that, right?
It's a little bit this way,
It's a little north, okay,
just a little
because
bit.
of the slope.
Yeah. We'd have to, if we widen it, we have to bring it back down. Like 16 feet is pretty broad. Really, I mean, parking foot.
Yeah, no.
16 to 3 foot shoulders.
No, I mean, if the fire truck has to come down there and there's a car there, they're gonna get over on the shoulder and the fire truck's gonna stay on the asphalt at 16 feet. I mean, if you get, coming and going, I mean, it's,
In the ambulances and fire trucks could be an issue, I guess. But I'll talk to him. You too, you can see. You know how long this drive? The very end, 1500.
oh, I'm sure.
There's no regulation.
Yeah.
You could be 5 miles.
Yeah.
The fire department carries an enormous length of hose. I've learned, due to that issue in Bow. So I would say the fire department wasn't thrilled about the idea about this, but, they, yeah, I will say the fire department said, well, we don't like it, but
Yeah, I mean, people have,
we allow shared driveways, we don't have a restriction on the length, so.
well, meeting the regs.
Do you have your comments from the Conservation Commission? Looks like you talked about the.
Yeah, one with the
culvert
culvert, and the other thing would be, kind of salt minimization practices on the driveway.
So no, would you have an agreement that the homeowners will be in for,
Yes.
for snow removal? How does that work? I mean, I don't really want to read the whole agreement. I didn't know if you give a
Basically, they each pay a third.
Yeah. People like a condo, the association will put in every month to maintain a driveway for plowing or any future paving, patching, whatever.
yeah, for all the maintenance of the
The
driveway.
attorney wrote it all up, yes. For all the maintenance of that.
So with that, we get 3 different people and they're putting money in it anyways. It'll probably be a pretty well-maintained driveway.
And so, yeah, each lot gets one vote. They have to vote to, undertake maintenance repair. If someone fails to contribute, the other ones pay, and then they can file a lien against them. And then if someone pays all of it, they have to reimburse them. So they kind of have it all laid out.
Okay, that's just good.
Yeah.
If one person pays the fee, the other 2 people have to pay reimbursed in 30 days. If they fail to pay, then it's recorded at 10% interest rate.
I actually live in a place. A maintenance fee for the road.
Yeah, it's kind of like a community well, the driveway,
There's 10 houses on my street.
It also says that no one should obstruct or park vehicles on it.
Can't park there.
Yeah, so they need a driveway out the driveway.
No, I didn't realize. Can't read. Well, I very well.
Yeah, we're gonna get that again. Same place, big sense.
I assume the town attorney will review that.
Yeah.
That was another class, always a lot.
All right, is there anything else you want to request of the applicant to provide prior to the next meeting?
I gotta talk to the fire department. Gotta check the site distance, get you a new plan. 18-inch pipe. Show you underground utilities, talk to utilities for later. No salt.
No salt.
I was gonna say no, okay. One area on the pool. And the turnaround. And water on H2O. Oh, H20 loading. Not H2O.
I guess, I don't know whether this is the time, but I think the, suggestion made by, the abutter, Just Duke, for, screening on the lot, that would be something that we'd want to see.
I mean, so with that, I mean, I don't think you really want to see a fence going through there, but, you know,
I was thinking
More
more
evergreen.
vegetation.
do you have any thoughts on that?
Are we talking? Or are we talking Big tree.
Or
See, off at the plant.
That's on your land, on your.
You're not talking about an invisible barrier, you're talking about buffer to kind of break it all up. You're gonna be able to see the tree.
Like a hedge is what I pictured, right?
Right, yeah, a lot of, yeah.
What is it for that? Yeah. What is it for natural hedges?
But I mean, there's probably a diversity of plants. There might be some that are evergreen, might even want to plant different heights. I don't know whether you want something that's totally wall-like or.
Whoever's gonna kind of give us some sort of privacy. and
Right,
screening,
right.
And you said you're fine with planting stuff? You just want to be able to plant it on their side of the property line?
Well, I mean, if they will pay for it. I mean,
Okay, and pay for the truck. Yeah, I'm just trying to, get the whole piece here.
Are we talking, we aren't talking entire length for 300 feet.
No,
No, I hope we're talking like the edge of her yard at the most.
Is the back of that property wooded?
it was.
Is that the tree line?
This is all with
That's the tree line. So it makes sense to go to the. tree
Oh,
line.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just past the garage, another about 7 feet. And I wasn't gonna put anything on the flares either. Just
No, you
Right,
wouldn't,
oh,
want-
right,
you
yeah,
need,
you
you
don't
need.
want
I would say, looking for that would be from, the front of the house line through the backyard, because you want to be able to see. I mean, and you got, anything along the road and going in to see, you got Brown Hills looking at you.
You,
So you're talking about,
what a deer by you? Do they eat things? Yeah.
Very hard. to keep it on, yes.
Oh.
Gotta do.
yeah, it's gotta be a deer resistant tree.
Or other plants, yeah.
I know, because her backyard gets pretty close in that edge, and
Yes, it's
that's probably more what you're concerned about is the
Yeah,
backyard.
Yeah.
From the garage facing back,
The garage,
which way's up, when you say top?
Front Hill Road.
When we create a site distance, people that are coming on, I'm planting everything.
No, you're from the house to the road, you're not planting anything. Yeah. Yeah.
Or,
I'll do some work, I'll do some work. I have your email address.
native.
I got that part figured out already. Native deer resistant. You got it.
Is there such thing?
Yeah, well, if you plant enough, they're not gonna eat it all up.
They're only gonna eat to hear that.
Although they do, yeah, like arborvitae,
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
the
that's-
favorite of theirs.
They look really stupid as a deer.
What else we need to do here? It's
Sorry, my
getting
head's
off the
starting
way.
to
Yes.
not function. I think we have the direction we all need. If you are ready to continue it, so I'm going to work with town engineer to get the site distance reviewed, and you have your list of homework, it sounds like.
When was our next meeting?
April 15th. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the week of April 15th.
18. April 18th. Do you feel like you need a site walk? Do you already did a site walk previously?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh.
Again.
How do you zoning one with? Or do we-
What's that?
Zoning.
The
Oh,
driveway.
the driveway thing? Yeah, I don't think that 50 feet is kind of across. I think that's.
It's
like
really
distance
not. I
from a
mean, and
corner.
it is.
Join us, we've got spots open.
I suppose we could do an administrative decision with the building inspector and myself. We could write an administrative decision. And if anyone challenges that decision, they could bring that to the ZBA to challenge it.
Yeah. And look at how DOT has written it, because I think they have a 50-foot, like off a corner.
Yeah,
is
you're not
how
supposed to be, your
it's worded.
driveway's not supposed to be that close to the intersection, but it really is that same side of the road. It's what that is meant for, not to keep something across. I would definitely say would be the intent of that.
So I guess we can write an administrative decision to help formalize that, but
Yeah.
what I'm hearing from the planning board is they
Yeah.
do not feel that it applies here, but. I will work with the building inspector and we will write an administrative decision. If anybody wishes to challenge that, then we'll follow the process.
Good job looking up and reading the regs. We do have openings. You would have to recuse yourself from any of this stuff. Okay, isn't very good.
Need a
We need a motion to continue.
to application 501-24 and 401- to April 18th.
And so everyone here make note, you will not be notified again, April 18th.
Let the neighbors know. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? It's 5:11. It's way past 9:45. So the one that we didn't get to. Yeah. We can. I don't think it's, is it a quick text? We should have done this. Back in like November. We would, at the minimum.
Yeah, we might as well.
Okay. I mean, we'll need to
He's
continue
here.
it anyway.
Yeah, no,
He's got it on the board.
Too late in the night.
All right. So everybody here is good with hearing some more. I think we're gonna try and keep it short, probably get.
At
continue.
least get it started.
Yeah, we're gonna get it started, get it accepted. All right, application 202-24, site plan application. Global Montello Group Corp. Proposed retail landscape materials business with a greenhouse located at 1506 Route 3A. Map 40, block 2, lot 140, zone South Bow mixed use district. So did David leave?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really blame them, but.
I can't blame him.
Yeah.
It's okay. We still have a forum. All right. Bernie?
Thanks. Plan, Tony was, this is a piece of property, the truck stop is right here. 3A, gas station next to the truck stop is right on this lot. This was a residential lot, the Rayco Plaza. Still called the Rayco Plaza.
I think it is.
It's right here, wraps all the way on these two sides, and Continental paving is across 3A.
Really big lot.
Yes, this is a tiny little lot, 0.9 acres. Tony leased it. This is actually owned by the truck stop. A company out of Spokane, Washington owns the truck stop. And when this piece of land came up for sale, they purchased it. They didn't know what to do. It sat there empty for a while. Tony got involved. Used to own a landscape materials retail sales place down in Gordon, and thought this would be a great spot. So he started working in that direction. Contacted Global and they were willing to lease it to them on a temporary basis. He got started, on the project in the town, trying to work with the town, on it. Realized that after getting started that he needed a site plan application. He started that process, and then contacted us and asked if we could help with a plan, preparing a plan to show what it is he wanted to do. Seemed simple enough, so he said, sure. So we helped. So Tony did the application and, has been working with the town on all the details of that. And we went out and did a full survey, talked with Tony, who's here with his son Bryce. The folks watch you, I think you know Tony. We're supposed to do. What he's looking to do, what's out there right now, if you've been by the site, he has started construction. It's pretty well along. These bunkers in here have all been constructed. There's a paved apron around those, salt storage, and is in one bunker, so he needed to pay for state DMP requirements for the salt storage. This has all been regraded. He's gonna put additional bunkers for landscape materials on the other two sides, and Quonset hut style greenhouse. It's not going to be a structure. It'll be open at the bottom, water can flow in and flow out. It's not like a foundation. It's a Quonset hut style greenhouse versus a foundation greenhouse. To sell plants in the summertime, as part of the landscaping there. There's one small little office building. Here's 12 by 8.
Yeah.
Down here, just to have some indoor spot, but no plumbing, no heating, no electricity.
So no bath.
Electricity, but no bath. So
Where are you gonna go? Like, when you gotta go?
Same thing with fueling, so they're gonna fuel at the truck stop as well. It will be a longer to load. So we talked about a fueling pad, and Tony said it just drive over to the truck stop where they have diesel pump. It's right there. We got involved in just looking at grading and looking at the site. So obviously it was about 80% regraded by the time we arrived. So we were kind of, and some elements have been designed, so we were sort of fixed with what we could do. I looked at it and says, well, it's a very small watershed. So the way this site looks from watershed standpoint, this property line is a high point. This development was excavated. So right along the property line is a high point. It drains away from the lot in the back. So that's down. And then it goes down, the lot generally drains across this way. The parking lot, this entire length of this parking lot over here is curved, enclosed drainage. So there's nothing coming off this parking lot this way. So in this lot all drains this way. So essentially, this is the entire watershed. There's no water coming from offsite onto this site, because that would create a volume that you would have to deal with at the outlet end. So the entire watershed pre and post is less than an acre. So I kind of looked at it and just built just to show the largest retention pond that I could fit with the improvements that were already made. So I had to work with there. Since the drainage naturally comes this way across the site, this was the location, the only location we had left to really trap and collect stormwater. So just show the largest retention pond that will fit there. The watershed side, the volumes are extremely small. 1 acre, less than 1 acre. Redesigned the driveway to meet DOT specifications. Tony has submitted a driveway permit to the state. Change of use. There was an existing driveway here. It served the single family residential house. It's been done. He has met with them. They did tell him it looked fine to them. But it was a change of use, so you have to do an official driveway permit. So he filed the paperwork and I did this grading for the driveway that just exactly matched what their standards are for a driveway. So it wasn't a problem. So that was kind of, how I looked at it was just getting the site, in a shape that you guys could see what he was proposing and having some sense that it could be graded, within the context that it's already been constructed. Graded will, the stormwater will get collected and dealt with from the possible. There was a couple of comments that affected the way we did it, and Gary may have picked up that our snow calculations were based on the 12%. I have corrected that on this plan, but the plan that you had built is 12%. So the requirement is 20%, increase the snow storage area. So in the winter time, it's mostly gonna be, it's landscape materials, so people aren't gonna be buying park mulch in the winter time. So you can lose a few bays to snow storage, in the winter time. For that, and Tony can add into, prepared to present how he sees the site operating. So very minimal large trucks. The police had some concerns about large trucks. The bays will be filled with a handful of tractor trailer trucks, which can get in here and get around, but it's not easy. But there's only going to be up to maybe 20 a year, so it's not. And they're just going to be in to fill the bays with park. Some of the bays will be filled with 10-wheelers, but this is what he serves as mostly pickup trucks. Other landscapers, one of the smaller trucks that need a 10-wheeler for tri-axis mostly. With the salt, there was a question about the salt. That's what the paved area is where the salt storage and where he's going to load the trucks. The salt is going to be on the paved surface. He can talk about that more. He's done this. He's always done salt. One time, he's very informed about the safety requirements of that, so we can talk to that as well. But he mostly fills landscapers, pickup trucks with spreaders in the back of the pickup truck is primary clientele. Facility. He had in his application requested a bunch of waivers. Site that the proposal is temporary. He's going to lease the land from Global Montello Group, and that's many years.
I technically have a 1 year that expired in September, but it does 4 consecutive years. The truck shop is eventually going to take. They're 5 years. So I'm not money. That's no. The electricity right now. Overhead just some power.
There's electric shown on the plan.
What?
It's shown on the plan.
Yeah, just for future, if we did do something. Right now.
There's a waiver request.
So it is a part of the.
Yeah, he after the first winter. Yeah, Bryce might demand it. It's going to be operating facility. He's got no heat.
Yeah, we requested a bunch of different waivers just because of the lot size. There was no building being proposed, landscape. These down. The hillside, that's actually the truck stop property is we have landscape, that's not on this property.
So behind these bunkers, so there is a pretty good slope up to the parking lot, to the gas station. There, you can see there's, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so it's 10 to 11 foot high banking up to the edge of the parking on the gas station. And that slope is not particularly attractive, so Tony was proposing to make it a little more attractive.
Yeah, that's already, that's part of the gas, I maintain the gas station. And that will be addressed with this. Very visible.
Any steps or anything going up there so you can get there easily?
Eventually, yes, something will be there. You know,
About parking, I know I don't see any like designated parking areas, but how would that work if someone? Obviously, if you're filling up from one of the bins, you just pull in front of one of the bins, but what if you're browsing through the greenhouse, or where do the staff park?
So it's everything except the area that's shown as asphalt is gonna be gravel. So you can't mark parking in gravel, so it's a pretty, there's plenty of places that people could park, particularly close to the greenhouse. But we could show those, but you can't mark them on the ground in any permanent way, so that's why I guess we could show places where people could park, and you wouldn't be in the way of other people. That's
I think that there are some ways to encourage people to park. I mean, you could pop bollards
Signs, right.
in buckets and put strings between them and kind of show a couple of areas maybe that. just so
I
that
would
people aren't
imagine most of this,
parking in the middle of the
so your bins, you're gonna be pulling in. You're gonna, whoever's working, somewhere, you only got one person that's gonna be working in there, or is that what's?
yeah, for the most part. We'll have- pulling in the- Yeah, we envision. Yeah. Last salt shed in the greenhouse. Anyone that would actually coming in and walking up. Most likely going in.
And suppose any landscaping out front, anything. So is he gonna be a big,
The front part's the retention pond, and then I have.
Is there gonna be grass around the retention?
Yes,
pond?
it'll be,
So, like,
it'll be all
edges?
grass. Right behind.
I'm just trying to figure out how. When the next little building wants to come in, down on the end of Ryan Road. And we're being sticklers about the trees out front. And this thing out on 3A that has. I mean, it's not gonna change a whole lot from what you have there now.
Problem is it's temporary use. I mean, it's kind of hard to.
Put it
I
on
mean,
three
I'm-
if you don't wanna put it straight. I just think
trees in the front are
I'm just. And it's, I am bewildered by this whole thing.
There is a berm along the top of the pond, that's 4 feet wide, that you could definitely do some shrubs, and you could plant trees probably in the berm of the pond. Might not be the-
Hide a sign is already out there.
But a shrub would certainly be good, and that slope, there's a slope in front of the pond, and you could shrub. Yeah.
So,
And then on the other side, really, we're just dealing with the drainage that's gonna get caught behind the blocks to get it down into a low spot that crosses the driveway into the detention pond. So this area is really all just flat with a very shallow swale in the bottom of it. So you could do some shrubs in there. You'd have to get your overhead power and other things, and you want visibility, but shrubs would certainly.
so I take it the back part of this, you still got quite a bit of cutting out to do? Or is it,
and that's something.
I mean, this grade across this whole thing, like, what's the difference in elevation from, the bottom corner of the salt bin to the, I guess, the southwest corner?
Yeah, 350.2 is the low spot in the pavement, so.
Yeah.
This pitches down to this low spot.
Yeah, what do we gotta,
And it pitches up to the existing spot elevation here.
Yeah. and like, what are the back bins at?
That's 354, so you're at 350.2 to 350.4, and then inside is 354.6 is the back. So from 350.2 to 354.6 is.
354, so about 4 feet.
Yeah.
A slope from one side to the other.
Yeah.
So you got quite a bit to cut out of there then.
About 2 feet.
So,
From when you look at it, you see where that is.
yeah,
That 2 feet of that has to come out in the back. More of it towards the front. So you got. Yeah, so the top of that ridge now looks like 356. Yeah, the top of that is 356, you're going 354.2. Not a lot of material, is there?
let's see what the list of waivers are, because there's gonna be a whole lot.
There's an email that from their specialist. Let me get-
And also that's in the first one, Regs.
Oh, they just these things. I will try to quickly tell you what they all are.
So, I gotta ask, I've been fighting my tongue, but. So at what point did you realize that you had to come before planning board to
That was,
do this?
we were always.
When you. Before you
When-
started work,
yeah.
or? I mean, I'm just asking because, I mean, you are on this board
Yeah.
and you're on the zoning board. And I just, you know. Ask, play dumb, ask for forgiveness is, many
No, that
people's,
wasn't-
many people's plan, but I mean.
Yeah. People work. Took
That's what it does. But we did in fact get the signature.
So, I mean, so you started work before you got that from the owners?
Yeah, I worked with them, I had a handshake with them, I was worried that way. I had talked to Mike as we were going into the winter, that I needed a place.
So you didn't come to the town because you didn't have big corporates
I came
blessing?
to the- We get told.
what we were doing.
So our previous building inspector said you can start your site work as long as you bring a site plan in at some point.
I can't, I don't.
Yeah,
I was
you
not
don't know.
part of those conversations, so I can't say that.
Okay.
So the waivers, one's for the utilities, so if he brings in power, it would be overhead. For 7, he's not showing the erosion and sediment control plan, the drainage and grading plan, and the stormwater control calcs. The adjacent street width is Route 3A, so that's not really applicable. Number 11, he's not showing an evacuation and emergency access plan. Basically, the whole site is open. Fire department's not concerned. They said they can just run a hose to the back of the site if they had to. And 12, secondary access is not applicable here. Number 14, there will be no dumpster on the site. Number 16 is the aesthetic design standards, which includes the landscaping. And yes. One thing I will say, I don't have that with me right now. The 15.16, the environmental performance standards. I believe that's the area where it talks about not making excessive dust or noise and things like that. But when you waive all of 16, you waive the landscaping requirements, it would be all of that unless you specifically separate it out and state that you want to make sure that those environmental performance standards are still met. All right, so the environmental performance standards briefly are nuisance odors, nuisance noise, and vibration. Obviously, wetlands, aquifer. And if you want to waive the landscaping requirements entirely, or if you want to say, we want to see something. If you can't meet the requirements, we want to see some attempt to provide some landscaping. As a landscaping business, it might not be a bad idea anyway to put a nice front on things.
Yeah.
Our work.
Then he also has a proposed sign. You can see the sign is that sign like up on the berm or is it?
It is actually, well, it has to be outside the state right away, so the berm runs right along the state highway there, so you got it close to the state right away, but it has to be outside.
That's the sign that's on the bins now.
No.
Oh.
So, it'll be similar to that.
Provide a basic, and then so you did say that there'd be a flower bed under the sign?
Yes, there's like a planter around the sign.
Yeah, I mean, just because we require so much on everything else, and this is on 3A. But I want to see some the landscaping there and yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he can. Yes. Yeah. So. I think we haven't accepted this yet, right?
We accept application. Site plan application.
Those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Regional.
Make a motion that this application number 202-24 does not meet the standard for regional impact.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Sure. So this is a public hearing. If anybody's got any questions, comments, or concerns, this is your moment. Not seeing any, I will close the public hearing.
Just give us, certainly deal with the landscaping, is there any other, because we are asking for a waiver for a
So-
dumpster? For that waiver, but
To not have those.
To not have a dumpster. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a building or a bathroom. I don't think you're gonna create much trash. Yeah. So that's a paved apron going into the property, right? I mean, the state probably requires that, right?
yeah.
And so one of these box trailers are gonna be able to get in there and be able to dump in the bin, and get out. They're not gonna have to like back in off 3A, are they?
I know, that's what the police said, like, last thing we would ever want was for a truck to back. out.
Yeah.
Yeah, here.
Right, the way the site is right now, like. In the back. We haven't even, because the bins will be going in the back. So I had it. Low bit in there. Couple of picking up some machines that we have on site. He's able to drive in
And just turn around
Yeah.
on the site.
and turn around. So he wants the other side, to once everything is constructed, it's still.
Couple of the comments from department heads have issues with, sight distance.
How is the site? Didn't come, looking at that.
You know, I didn't personally look at it, Tony had told me that he already had this state guy out there, and the state guy told him it would be a problem. He wasn't aware at the time that he needed to file a permit, we've got that in now. We haven't gotten the permit yet, so, but they do check that as part of their permitting process. There is a hill, it does go up, but,
Oh, yeah, I mean, you gotta see, like when you come out of the truck stop, you're at the top of the hill.
right, yeah.
Mhm.
If there is any restriction, it's not gonna be this way, it's gonna be the top.
Yeah, seeing the traffic heading north is gonna be the. The one that just went around the truck to get in the truck stop and swearing at him, and he's gonna. Surprise!
So obviously, condition would certainly be receipt of the DOT driveway permit.
Yes. And they're gonna make sure. They're not gonna give them that without site distance.
I know Tim had a concern about increasing the paved area around the salt so that there's more coverage. He's worried, trucks load and they pull out and the salt all tumbles or comes off the tires or whatever. He felt that perhaps that should be extended, especially since the drainage path kind of sweeps through there and the retention pond is right there.
Yeah, we don't really wanna.
If it's paved though, it's still gonna just wash and it's
Gonna
either
wash
gonna
away,
go
yeah.
into the ground or into the retention pond. I don't know which is.
Yeah, how do the trucks load for the salt storage there?
They basically will pull in, they pull in front of one of the other bins. The loader on the side.
So it's not covered where they're loading,
No.
while they're loading.
That's not.
So how big is that? Like, how big are the bins? What's one of them bins? Like the length of it?
20 feet from the bins is paved.
Yeah, 20, yeah, so in front of the bins. And you doing salt in all of them or just like the end one? The one end one. And the asphalt stops at that edge of the bin.
No, the actual stuff.
Bins sit.
Yes, but just to the west side of it, there's no, the other side of the wall, there's no more, the asphalt's not.
No, you can kind of see it here. Look at it.
Yeah, yeah, that's,
Yeah, right at the wall. Like,
Okay.
it's covered so that the runoff will run.
yeah. So the one ton's gonna back in to one of the other bins.
Yeah.
Loader's gonna pull in, back up off the, I mean, they're gonna back off probably just the back tires off the asphalt, pull forward.
The loader
Done.
is small enough.
And just turn.
Yeah, I do show a drainage hat, so I just, it's gravel, so it's gonna need to be regraded over time. So I kind of labeled it, but it's just like any other big parking lot, it's an all grade to drain. But I thought that this would be a good tool, so when they have to regrade the parking lot, they know where it was designed to go. So that they always can put it back there. Kind of why I labeled it. So it'd be unusual if you would have the same thing in a paved parking lot, but you can label it the drainage path. Did because I thought it'd be nice to know that if I was up there regrading every year to get the parking lot back in shape to where it was supposed
And
to
is
go.
the paved piece is slightly higher than the gravel?
Yes.
So water's not running into that area.
No.
That'd be really bad for salt.
Yeah. Not south. And this is a retention basin, so if we did have a salt problem, it would be there. It's a retention
Yes,
basin.
but it doesn't stay there.
No, but if you ever wanted, if you were geez, one of those a salt problem, you could go there and you would know. If there's a salt problem, you'll know it by going in there because it's salt. But one issue I've ever had with retention ponds is you're taking all your contaminants and putting it in one spot.
Salt's gonna get spread out through,
Yeah, I mean, how much salt do they spread on tree A? Yeah, it's probably more than they still. I mean, I get the issue. We don't want the salt going everywhere.
You
But
see,
it's
I'm
not really small.
not following these contours. There's, looking at the lower left, there's 352, there's 352s. And then Well, then I'm looking at this it looks like the 352 and the 354 are on the same line. But I think what it's supposed to do, so like, what I'm trying to figure out is like, is this going this way or is this going this way? I think it's going this way.
You know, this drains this way, and then you get kind of a high spot in here because these are fixed grades I was trying to work with, so you end up with another low spot that comes down right off the edge of pavement here, and then a high spot to the middle. So yeah, I really have two. This is long range, but
Yeah.
short. This is a berm because to catch this drainage behind this wall, not have to go out into the street. I had to build a berm. This is a berm, wall area, berm again, this is a retaining wall. The bunkers, if you saw these are gonna be a retaining wall built into the banking. So that the contour actually runs around and follows that.
Okay, so there's a low point in the and I can see this line, this is the drainage.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say 250.8, 352.1. So there's a little swell runs, so it goes down to there, and then up, and it comes around.
So this would be 352 then.
Yes. Yes.
All right, okay.
Right there.
That was throwing me off.
Yep.
Oh, I see, with three
Yeah, right in the middle.
354, right.
I have two 354s and no 352. Between 350. Nice catch.
Hey,
Pretty good for this time.
I know.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I was looking at it, is it going this way and then,
Alright,
Yeah.
so what I'm hearing, things that you would like to see addressed are some landscaping and obviously the driveway permit. There are other things you'd like to see addressed. And that 252.
Well, do we want to just indicate where designated parking would be? I think that's Carrie's suggestion is a good one.
probably just for the greenhouse though.
For the greenhouse,
Yeah.
yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah,
you're just gonna-
right,
Something like
right.
that.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it-
you're gonna pull and go, what's your?
Yeah. Out of the way. And the only reason why I didn't show them was because you can't mark them, but I like their idea during the peak time in the spring when people are picking up perennials. Might be worth just to organize the site, to just do some strings and say park here.
Mhm.
It's a great
I
idea.
mean,
I think the string rope would be an issue, but I can do like signs, parking.
I would imagine it's gonna be pretty busy. I just because it's the location, everybody's gonna see it driving, hey, I can buy these materials here. You know, it's,
People put them in the trunk of their cars. Not recommended, but see it done.
What's that? Oh,
I mean, it's not, you know,
Dark modes.
So for our parking calculations, we do have commercial greenhouses, including wholesale and retail sales. Says you should have one parking spot per 600 square feet. So, I don't know what,
It's 24 by 1056 divided by 6.
That's not bad.
yeah, I don't think, so that's two parking spots basically.
Yeah, it's got just do it with 10,000. Yeah, I think we can handle two.
Two or
Probably.
round up to three. I just wanted to make sure you didn't technically need a parking waiver, I just want.
Right.
But I think if you can show that there's a couple of spots that are in safe locations where you're not gonna get run over by a loader while you're trying to get back into your car, that would be great.
It's great.
Anything
Alright.
else the board is concerned about?
Hope you guys are on time and a half.
yeah, I know, we get double time. Yeah, the pay rate doubles. guess we just need to continue it now. Right?
You can continue it, or you can make those things conditions. It's up to you. So the list we have, basically driveway permit, that's gonna be a condition regardless. Landscaping, parking spots. The elevation line, the 352. Those were the things.
So it was like a bunch of waivers.
Yes, so you do need to address the waivers. But as far as if you want to approve it with those 4 items, I think it would be okay to leave those as conditions, or if you want to wait and see what they come back with for landscaping and approve it specifically, that's fine too.
Is that the waiver list? Waivers.
Yeah.
Don't they need to provide like kind of a write-up of why they're requesting the waiver?
So they're required to provide written request. And then, I mean, it's their applicant's job to make the case for the waivers, not the board's. So. Yeah. It's for you to decide if the case has been made, or if you find them reasonable. I'm happy to go through and help explain what each of them is for, because I know the list doesn't really explain it. This one, okay, so number 6 is
The utility.
the utilities, that one's straightforward. And then 7, 8,
The
9
erosion.
is the erosion, the drainage, the stormwater calculation. And then the adjacent street width is not really even applicable because it's 3A.
So
Secondary access is not applicable. It's not even.
Can you go back to that? Why are we not doing stormwater calcs? I know he put the biggest one in there that he could, but like, what if that doesn't work?
good question.
Yeah.
And part of it is, you know, the next application that comes in, well, you let him do it.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's. And
All right, what are the other waivers? I'm gonna put a star next to that. What is that stormwater one?
Stormwater calcs is number 9.
I'm gonna write on your phone.
No, it's
What
fine.
is- Can you just go back to 7 and 8? That's
Yeah, I'll look at them later.
erosion.
Yeah, erosion control plan and drainage and grading plan. But we'll just get them from the checklist later. Don't worry about catching it all now, Ginger. 12 is secondary access. 14 is the dumpster. I would say that's not really a waiver because they don't have a dumpster, so there's nothing to screen. So I don't think that request is even necessary. Number 16 is the aesthetic design standard, so that's gonna be the landscaping, the building facade. There's essentially a shed and a greenhouse. So, screening, parking, lighting, the environmental performance.
so no lights in there, you're not doing any. So I should scroll back at that little bit, list that we,
Oh, these ones, yeah. The parking.
what's,
performance.
what environmental performance
So
standard?
those are the ones, these ones. So these are the noise, the vibration, odors. It's part of the aesthetic design standards. So it's odors, noise, there's maximum sound level that's allowed. And activities and devices that are exempt are construction.
Yeah, I
No.
can see it.
No vibration. And then, I don't even know why this really says here this, but that you have to conform to the wetlands and aquifer standards, which is kind of obvious, but. And then back to, so that was, and then 27 is, you know, the elevation views of the buildings. A shed and a greenhouse. 28 is, that was 28, sorry. Yeah, so 27 is plan views of buildings, 28 is elevation views of buildings, and 30 is the parking layout and calculations.
I mean, on the building, this and the structures, I feel like if it, I mean, I know this is like a temporary thing, but like, don't we want to know what's gonna be out there? And like, do we want to
Well,
go?
it's out there.
I know it.
I mean, it's.
I guess
you
that-
know, part of it is.
I guess
It's
should
a-
we do a sidewalk then, or?
Yeah.
Is, you say like 12 by 8?
Yeah, we're just gonna try to find
So
motion.
a shed that small doesn't even require a building permit. If it's under 200 square feet, the building inspector doesn't even require a permit.
So like right now, you're not planning on power now, but I'm sure you will, and so you'll basically go to a pole, like a construction site power hookup.
Yeah. But the chances of us actually bringing in power. For what it's gonna cost me to bring in power for the little bit there, I can run a little inverter. I don't really need power for anything.
The other thing to remember is that based on the current scenario, it sounds like this is a temporary situation, but an approval is an approval, so you might want
Yes,
to
put a
put a
time
time
limit,
limit
yes.
on it. Because things change.
Yeah.
Jim, when you did your driveway permit, so this pond, if it spills over, it goes into the DOT right away. So did they get calculations or?
Did you give them copies of the plans when you submitted the driveway permit?
Yes.
So we could do calculations. Obviously, the guy who did the grading couldn't even legal contract. Suspect. So, we happy to do it. My thought on that was, we don't know what the pre was. So, because it's gone, we could guess, I suppose, in our photographs or something. So what would be the criteria that we were trying to accomplish with a pond? We don't have a pre and a post to capture the difference. And we're way under AOT standards, but you know, we always try to get something close. With a lot of the entire watershed that we're providing a service to 29 acres. So I kind of felt like, yeah, it's a pretty good sized pond. I was comfortable it was gonna be all right. And failure, when you say, what if the pond doesn't work? I guess what's the criteria?
Well, no, I meant that, I mean, I'm assuming that most of what's gonna go in there is gonna infiltrate, but if it doesn't, if it fills up, it's gonna go over the spillway and into the DOT.
Right, which
swales.
is where it goes.
Yeah.
Everything eventually ends up there. It goes through Lorraine goes first, but, right now, everything ends up in right away. Yeah, I mean, we could, just the pre, you know, we could do some guesstimating.
I mean, what is that piece of property been used for, you know?
It was a single family house. And a house.
So it was, yeah, a roof
It
and
was all house.
grass and,
Lawn. Wasn't much, but we could probably get it on there, just for drainage.
but DOT doesn't. I guess they'll, when you send them the driveway permit, they might,
They have this plan as part of the driveway permit, so they may say, okay, we wanna know that you're not increasing the flow into the right of way. And we'll have to guess that it's pretty. We'll just get the best we can. You know, stormwater calculations, especially when you start getting down to less than a figure. Kind of test it, sign.
yeah, right,
TR 55.
yeah.
Wasn't thinking about. I mean, I'd be happy to do whatever, you know, this is a tough one, I get it, so whatever you guys are comfortable with, I didn't come in here. Trying to try to do the best I could with what I had to work with.
I mean, I don't know, maybe just a narrative, like a paragraph or something that. I mean, it's,
Jonathan went off for a bachelor's degree in stormwater hydrology, so very suited at this. He could come up with something and tell me if he thinks it's gonna work or not, if you want to take a look at it.
I mean, do we care if DOT doesn't care?
I mean, I don't know how closely they review that stuff.
Pretty thorough.
Okay.
They're all engineers, they're all pretty thorough. They're concerned about it. So
Yeah.
that's my three thoughts.
Dating, sorry, guys.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
I can't make a good decision. Easy.
Do we?
I mean, we wanted to,
We talked about doing the
Yeah.
sidewalk.
you don't have a drive on 3A?
No, I do things on South Street. Yeah, I pass optimistic on
Yeah.
50 million times.
Yeah,
I don't go down 3A a whole lot.
no, and if you're going to Manchester, you go down.
Take the highway.
Yeah, you get on the highway. Or go bog to Pine Street.
Right.
Right, so
Yeah, let's sidewalk. Let's
we will put it on
continue
the calendar.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a good practice.
Yeah, we will do it.
Before the meeting,
So the meeting is April 6th, right before the meeting.
I don't think I'll be able to at all. That's
Yeah.
right.
Sure.
Okay.
You sure what?
yeah, it'll be
The
quick.
whole site.
Okay, April 18th, 6
You'll
p.m.
have time to go to that lunchroom and use the bathroom.
There you go. Throw away all your trash over there too.
Walk up the hill, the carry in, carry out facility.
You just walk across the street to the room.
A little longer walk.
So are we? Oh, I guess. Do you want him to prepare something about the stormwater? I guess it'd be good to get a little clarity so that
Yeah.
doesn't, so you make sure you have what you want for the next meeting.
Yeah, it's a good narrative. We think it'll retain for storm events.
Yeah.
I don't think it's pretty close, it's really gonna tell us what, just knowing that in a 25-year storm event, how much water is gonna come out.
Or if it's, you think that it's going to be the same or less,
Okay, take a look, see, we'll come up with some.
or yeah, just in words and back it up in some fashion.
All right, so the items I have, just let me know if I'm forgetting something. So driveway permit, landscaping, you're gonna show us a little bit of on the plan of what's being proposed for landscaping.
Try for native, try for native plants. I mean, I've been saying it all night, why not here?
Keep it going. And then
Right, but no,
Unfortunately, that's why it was. You know, it's gonna all be farm landscape, we're gonna do the elevated flower bed around the side. Growing some shrubs, but I honestly don't.
well, they only have to make it a couple years, right?
Yeah, I just don't. think
yeah,
we
it's
can
just you
set
don't
up-
wanna, yeah. Oh, let me see, because I had sent a list to somebody,
Yeah.
recently, but I don't have it. So I can send it.
I have it too, because you
Oh,
sent it to me, so I saved that stuff that you sent me, so I will send you the list of salt tolerant stuff. Okay, so driveway permit, landscaping, parking, just designate a couple of spots loosely. That contour label and then a stormwater narrative. Is there anything I'm forgetting?
I think you
Sounds
could,
good. Just let them be, make sure we get everyone knows what's needed. for the
Is there
next
anything
meeting.
else in here?
Appreciate it.
All right, so you want to continue the application?
Yes, I move that we continue application 202-24 to April 18th.
fair?
It's my.
Mike at the second. Everybody said aye.
Yeah.
Make a motion that we table the minutes until the next.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Well, I need one more motion.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Can you come and clean up the paper stuff in the